Is it time?
It is time for us to do what we have been doing, and that time is every day.
We'll see what happens. We'll know in a very short period of time, but it looks like it could be something that will be not good. Believe me, not good.
I am a dissident.
Don't move.
vote.
I'm saying no. Why you hear Palantir, 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 Palantir? It's not going to stop.
Seriously, we need to release the F-scene list.
Censor!
I am not a church boy.
Censor!
They're full-on vampires.
They hate our beef. They hate our beef. They hate our beef because our beef is beautiful and theirs is weak.
Not good. Believe me, not good.
That it's going MAGA on Twitter, that you did the shoddy coverage of the Twitter files there.
Shoddy coverage?
Well, I mean, it was shoddy in that obviously there was MAGA stuff going on.
Dude, get out of my fucking face.
I'm not in your face.
Get out of my face.
I wish we had that kind of chemistry, you know? I wish you would have my back like that, and you probably wish I would have your back like that, but both of us are like, nah, the hell with it. A cheesehead comes up to one of us, the other one, you're on your own. You're on your own. That's friendship right there, folks. That's friendship right there.
Find an angry, dry drunk who looks at you the way Walter Curran looks at Matt Taibbi.
Shoddy coverage?
Well, I mean, it was shoddy in that obviously there was MAGA stuff going on.
Dude, get out of my fucking face.
I'm not in your face.
Get out of my face.
Jesus Christ, man. The guy fucking goes from 0 to 100, man. Holy shit.
Taibbi's got his personal Gimli over there.
It was shoddy in that obviously there was MAGA stuff going on.
Dude, get out of my fucking face.
I'm not in your face.
Get out of my face.
That's funny. That is funny. That is funny shit. I wonder where that was.
Those are serious people right there.
Yeah, I wonder where that was. I wonder what airport. Summerfest. I don't know. It looks like I don't recognize that chain. Is it like
any airport USA?
Is it a foreign chain? I don't recognize that chain. What is Summerfest? I don't know what that is.
Who knows?
Who the hell knows? That is something. Well, anyway, hello, dissidents.
That was classic.
That was classic.
That was about as coherent as most of their podcasts.
Yeah. Yeah, that was something else. So anyway, hello, dissidents. Welcome one and all to a Sunday evening edition of the Do Dissidents podcast. Keaton Weiss here with Russell Dobler, of course.
Hello.
Thanks, everybody, very much for being here tonight. Great crowd in here to start things off. 11:02. Now 11:10 in the YouTube chat. Up to 5:31 over on Rumble. Pleasure to see everybody here. Hope everybody had a nice couple days without us. Very eventful couple days, you know.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah, usually the Friday, Sunday is, keeps track a little bit, but news tends to slow down over the weekend. Not this time. We got a lot of news that we have to get into, and so we thank everybody very much, of course, for joining us. We got kind of a fun show tonight. But we do have to start off with something that is not so fun. Our friend Jose Vega's stepdad was disappeared by ICE. And no, I'm not joking. He made a video about it. He pinned it to his ex. So if you want to share this, you can. But let's just play this.
Was illegally abducted by ICE just an hour ago with no due process whatsoever, is being held in Newark, New Jersey. I was on my way to film a video about the Cross Bronx Expressway and give my thoughts on the Trump Mamdani meeting. And I got a frantic call from my mom. She was in tears, telling me that they had just taken my stepdad, and apparently they have a lawyer. We'll see what happens. This is still a developing, ongoing situation. The main point I want to drive home to all of you is that if they can do this to me, a congressional candidate running in one of the most high-profile congressional races in the entire country, what can they do to you? Why are they doing this to me? Could this have just been, indiscriminate? They just saw, some man looks Hispanic and Spanish and, doesn't speak much English and thought, yep, this guy's definitely an immigrant. Were they targeting me? Were they going after me because I'm challenging power? These are interesting questions that I don't know the answer to. but I'm posing them to you. Is my run here in the Bronx against Richie Torres and now Michael Fake such a threat to the Democratic establishment that has been working with the worst elements of the Trump administration to keep ICE going? That's a question for all of you to figure out.
So that video is posted to his X. You can go and retweet that at Jose Vega's X account. Obviously, you know, as he mentions in there, they have a lawyer. And so, you know, whenever something like this happens, you know, it's always important to, you know, respect the privacy of the people involved because they're talking to lawyers and they're probably under advisement as to what to say and what not to say. So if and when Jose wants to speak more about this in terms of what the details of the case are, we will, of course, reach out to him. He's a good friend of ours. But in the meantime, we thought we should share that. So you can go and share that because he's obviously comfortable divulging all of that. So if you want to go give that a share and a retweet or, you know, on Twitter or whatever your social media is, you can go find it on all of his socials. But yeah, very scary thing. Very scary thing. You know, Jose's, well, I don't even want to say because I've texted back and forth a little bit about his dad, but I don't even want to say anything that is not public. Nothing that won't be found out, of course, I assume, over the course of this. But yeah, it's what a terrible thing. What a shocking thing to happen.
Sir, we'd like you to see this. Our team believes this kid may have game.
Yeah.
The guy's name is Michael Blake. He called him Michael Fake.
Yeah.
I just met with Mamdani. Why don't you have this kid come?
Yeah, right,
This
exactly.
kid come to the old Michael Fake. I like that. I like it.
That's
Michael
right.
Blake, Michael Fake. Maybe you could start writing my nicknames for me. This kid.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Yeah, I don't know that he was targeted given how indiscriminately they're just rounding people up, how insane this has gotten. But yeah, it impacts everybody. It impacts, especially if you're from an immigrant family, although, it's mostly a specific type of immigrant, the brown kind. Here and there, almost, I don't know, to meet quota. They beat up a few Germans. You haven't heard anything about that lately, though. But let's face it, when they're walking down the street, they're not walking up to random Germans.
Oh, yeah,
like
no,
when that's happened, it's happened at border crossings. When
Yeah,
it's
of course.
happened to those people.
Yeah.
But when you just hear somebody just got grabbed on the way to work, they're brown.
Yeah. Yeah. And, we heard there was one story of, I think, some European immigrants who, made some bureaucratic, lapse or whatever when they filled out their paperwork and the husband and the dad got deported and stuff. But that, the stories of stories of white people getting caught up in this are so few and far between because they're obviously out there. I mean, you saw it. We did a segment on it in Charlotte, just going yard to yard and just, asking the landscapers, where are you from? Where were you born? No warrant, no reason for, no cause for suspicion, nothing. Just, hey, who are you? Where were you born? Right. That one lady was up working on the roof. She said she was born in Ecuador. They made her get down from the roof and show the guy a passport or a visa or whatever she had. So yeah, it's very scary, and we will obviously keep in touch with Jose and hope for the best. And they have a lawyer now, so we will have to just kind of wait and see as more information comes out according to what they're comfortable sharing, obviously. But we will obviously be staying on top of that. And like I said, if you can go and share that, that would be great. Okay, why don't we get right on with the show here? A lot to get to, folks. A lot of news to get to over the weekend. Things were very eventful this weekend and very surprising. The biggest surprise of the weekend, of course, sorry, let me set that up. The biggest surprise of the weekend, of course, was the surprise resignation announcement from Marjorie Taylor Greene. This really just came out of nowhere. Particularly surprising to me because my commentary has been that, she's positioning herself to pick up the pieces of a shattered MAGA movement and a decimated Republican Party. And I guess she positioned herself a little too well to the point where maybe she got a talking to or who knows what happened. But we're going to explore this a little bit. She made a 10-minute video explaining her resignation, and these are the last few minutes. This is where the most important stuff is.
Goal and desire has ever been to My only goal and desire has ever been to hold the Republican Party accountable for the promises it makes to the American people and put America first. And I have fought against Democrats' damaging policies like the Green New Deal, wide open, deadly, unsafe border policies, and the trans agenda on children and against women. With that has brought years of nonstop, never-ending personal attacks, death threats, lawfare, ridiculous slander and lies about me that most people could never withstand even for a single day. It has been unfair and wrong, not only to me, but especially to my family, but it's been wrong to my district as well. I have too much self-respect and dignity. I love my family way too much, and I do not want my sweet district to have to endure a hurtful and hateful primary against me by the president that we all fought for, only to fight and win my election while Republicans will likely lose the midterms, and in turn be expected to defend the president against impeachment after he hatefully dumped tens of millions of dollars against me and tried to destroy me.
All right, well, I'll take a little bit of a pause there. So what she's saying is she feels confident she would win a primary, which I think is correct.
Yeah.
I think she would win a primary pretty easily. But then she's saying that even after winning the primary, assuming Democrats take the House and impeach Trump, she would be stuck having to defend him against an impeachment. And she doesn't want to be put in that position because obviously she pretty clearly at this point does not see him as being worth defending. I think her miscalculation here is that her opinion will be the minority opinion within the Republican Party a year and a half from now. I don't think that is the case at all. I think Trump's brand is plummeting so fast that by the time we're past midterms next year, if and when he is impeached, I do think they are going to have possibly enough for a removal. And I know that sounds crazy now. Donald Trump's polling at negative 43 points among independents. Negative 43. Polling at minus 10 with independents is bad. Minus 20 is catastrophic. Minus 43 is almost unheard of. So right there, you're looking at a Senate majority probably in the 53 range, I would say. It's doable. They just closed a Nebraska plant. They just closed a meat plant in Nebraska because the Tyson lost $600 million. There's a Senate seat up for grabs there. You don't think that's winnable now? It absolutely is. So I think she's selling herself short a little bit here, assuming, there were no threats made against her.
I don't think that's the reason.
Which I think that, that could be the reason.
I don't think,
But I don't think that her position a year and a half from now is going to be a minority position within the GOP. I really don't. I think more Republicans are going to be on her side than Trump's by the time midterms come around. Do you have anything to add? Should we play the rest?
No, go ahead.
All right.
It's all so absurd and completely unserious. I refuse to be a battered wife, hoping it all goes away and gets better. If I am cast aside by the president and the MAGA political machine and replaced by neocons, big pharma, big tech, military-industrial war complex, foreign leaders, and the elite donor class that can never, ever relate to real Americans, then many common Americans have been cast aside and replaced as well. There is no plan to save the world or a 4D chess game being played.
There is no plan to save the world or a 4D chess game being played.
When common American people realize and understand that the political industrial complex of both parties is ripping this country apart, that not one elected leader like me is able to stop Washington's machine from gradually destroying our country, and instead the reality is that they, common Americans, the people, possess the real power over Washington, then I'll be here by their side to rebuild it. Until then, I'm going back to the people that I love, to live my life to the fullest as I always have, and I look forward to a new path ahead. I'll be resigning from office with my last day being January 5th, 2026.
Just after my pension kicks in.
And I look forward to seeing many of you again sometime in the future. May God bless you all, and may God bless America.
There you go.
And for those of you who have called me a pagan for having this tree in my living room, go fuck yourself.
Yeah. Take your America hating somewhere else.
Jesus hates you.
Jesus hates you, not me. That's right. So President Trump responds to MTG's resignation. So he put out a Truth Social. Marjorie Taylor Brown, he's back on the Brown thing, because of plummeting poll numbers and not wanting
that didn't workshop well.
Yeah, no, it didn't test well. I don't know why he's going back to it. Marjorie Taylor Brown, because of plummeting poll numbers and not wanting to face a primary challenger with a strong Trump endorsement, where she would have no chance of winning, has decided to call it quits, quote unquote. Her relationship with the worst Republican congressman in decades, Tom Massey of Kentucky, also known as Rand Paul Jr. because he votes against the Republican Party and really good legislation, did not help her. For some reason, primarily that I refused to return her never-ending barrage of phone calls, Marjorie went bad. Nevertheless, I will always appreciate Marjorie and thank her for her service to our country. President DJT. Here he is in full Zoran garb now, as we will see later in the show. Here he is answering questions about her resignation.
Congresswoman Taylor Greene, forgive for what? No, I just disagreed with her philosophy.
I disagree with her philosophy. You know, I'm more of a democratic socialist now. You know, that's the thing. You know, I had a talk with my new friend, Zoran, and I opened my eyes to a lot. You know, the democratic socialism. It's not the full-blown socialism. It's actually kind of nice. It's kind of nice. So, you know, I don't agree with her, you know, philosophically. You know, I'm more of a democratic socialist now.
I always assumed that when the planet is destroyed, the seat of my loins would be in the bunker. But he pointed out to me, you know, what if Tiffany is partying on an island and she can't get to the bunker?
Yeah, that's
true.
So,
you know, even I have an interest in preserving the planet. I never realized that.
Yeah.
Perhaps the worst Republican congressman in our history, just you know, stupid person named Massey. And I said, go your own way. And once I left her, she resigned because she would never have survived a primary. But I think she's a nice person.
I think she's a nice person. Good luck. So Candace Owens says communications from Trump ad man be like, Marjorie Taylor Greene is a traitor for demanding a convicted child rapist have his files released. But we are standing by Mike Huckabee, who met with a literal treasonous Israeli spy, Jonathan Pollard. Yeah, that's a story that's too old for us to really do today. That broke on, I think, the Thursday night of our Thursday show. But yeah, Mike Huckabee is welcoming a convicted spy, yeah, like a traitor to America, to the U.S. Embassy in Israel. But Marjorie Taylor Greene gets forced out. By who? By the likes of this. One anti-Semite down, one to go, says Randy Fine. And in case there's any mystery, here's Representative Tim Burchett, a Republican, saying that the feud between Trump and Marjorie Taylor Greene is really about one thing, Israel.
Burchett, what do you think about this breakup? What's going on here?
You see that a lot in politics. You also see people kiss and make up. I don't know that those two will ever. But Marjorie, she's been an independent person since she got here, and President Trump obviously speaks his mind, and they're in a complete disagreement right now. And
is this about Epstein, or is there something broader about this relationship that's...
As has recently been revealed, the current president took former President Clinton in his mouth. And they were bitter political foes, but they were able to make up and fillet one another.
They bonded over Epstein.
Well, President Clinton's more of a top by all accounts. So it wasn't mutual, but there was respect there. That's the point I'm trying to make.
This town is never about what's current.
Right. So what do you think is this about?
It's a personality difference that's come a long way. She's upset about the perceived control of Israel. She's up in Trump's embracing of Israel, and she's upset over several other things.
Look at the faces on these people. You could just tell that they know this is all unraveling.
Yep.
So miserable, right? That guy looks like a Wallace and Gromit character on the right.
Yeah.
He really does. Looks like a claymation. Yeah, but he's got his sad face on. He's got his sad face on for sure. Hey, you know who's happy about this is Cat Turd. We did it. She's going to take the $25 million and run. Good riddance. Here is spinster in waiting, Laura Loomer. Loomered.
Waiting.
Referred to Marjorie Taylor Greene. Well, she's still young to be a spinster. I'm saying.
Is she? How old is she?
I don't know. She's fairly young.
With that fucking cat people plastic surgery, I'm assuming she's 50.
Oh no. She's like a millennial. Yeah, no, she's young.
Is she?
Yeah. She's
Why
young.
do they do this to their faces? Oh my God. She looks like such a freak. Like if you just looking at that, you would assume she's of an age where she thinks that looks better than what she would really look like.
No, she's young. She still has time. She still has a biological clock. So as they say.
Wow.
As they say. But that's why I say in waiting. Anyway, Alex Jones is really upset about this. He tells her, "You need to get right with God." Yeah, Alex Jones, not big on this decision here. Here he is. He's going to pray over whether or not to continue to support Trump.
This just in from fact checker Tusker, 32.
Yeah, I knew she was young. I didn't know exactly how old she was.
32? Why
Yeah.
would you do that to your face?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I knew she was a fairly young person, yeah.
Wow.
Thank you, Tusker. Thanks for that instant fact check. Here is Alex Jones saying he's going to go to God and ask God whether he should continue to support Trump because he is very upset about this latest development. Really costing me a lot of money here. This is like, you never split sixes. You never split sixes. And that's what you're doing here. That's what MAGA's doing here. They got 2 sixes and they're splitting.
Say it point blank. I'm not a bandwagon person. I don't pile on when other people are doing something. But I know MTG well. She's a woman of incredible integrity. Brought up poor, self-made, very successful construction company, a woman of great integrity. She announced last night that she is resigning. I predicted on the Tuesday broadcast, she didn't tell me this, but I talked to her at length, and it sounded to me like she was throwing in the towel just because she can't be part of something that's, quote, a lesser of two evils.
She said, Trump likes to suck cock. He could suck mine. I'm out of here.
And she's very popular in her district, wins by some of the widest margins of anyone in Congress. And we'll play her statement here in a moment, but that ties into all of this. But I'm not saying this because of what she just did. I'm going to have to reflect on this, and I'm going to have to pray about it, and I'm going to take a few weeks on it, I think, is the most important thing to do. But
I'm going to have to check the analytics. Pray over it. I'm going to have to run the numbers. Go to church, get with God, and see what would cost me less money.
And I have to ask Elon what I'm supposed to think about this.
Yeah, going to have to see
figure
what
out how
says.
to make that make some kind of sense.
Yeah.
I'm not a person that is normally conflicted. I think I have a lot of knowledge, a lot of depth, a lot of sources, a lot of context. And when I do get conflicted,
that is true. I'll give you that. You're not a very subtle person. You're not usually conflicted. You usually pick an angle and go with it.
On something, I just have to go to God with it and pray about it a lot. And then go to that place that King David talked about, the quiet place, the Most High. And then I'm going to make my decision. And if God tells me tonight, I'll make my decision. But I am seriously inches away from not supporting Trump anymore.
Do it.
Wow.
Do it, Alex.
Because I am not going to watch him commit political suicide.
There you go. Inches away from not supporting Trump anymore. It's all coming undone. Hey, it's not every day that Alex Jones and Medea Benjamin echo each other's sentiments. But here's Medea Benjamin of Code Pink talking about what terrible news it is that Marjorie Taylor Greene is calling it quits.
Terrible news that Marjorie Taylor Greene is going to resign from Congress. And why do I say terrible news? Because she has been the most important anti-war voice in the Republican Congress. And she's better than over 90% of the Democrats in Congress. She has been against all war, the war in Ukraine, Israel's war in Gaza, the war now, potential.
I think she's just about better on the war issue. She's probably better than every Democrat in Congress. I don't think there's any Democrats in Congress who talk shit about Ukraine. None.
Nope.
Zero.
No.
No. And none talk about Syria. None mention, hey, what's this Al Qaeda guy? I haven't heard anybody talk about that. None.
Nope.
So I would say on the war issue, she's better than all of them.
War in Venezuela. She's been against them all. And why? Because she's.
I don't think that's accurate. I didn't catch that the first time. I don't think she is against the war in Venezuela. I think she supported the strikes on the boats. I'm pretty sure.
She's literally, I think, the only person in the history of Congress to alert the public to the danger of Jewish space lasers.
Yeah, that's true. She should
I don't
get a
think
Peace
anybody
Prize.
else has ever brought that up.
Where's her Nobel Peace Prize?
Well, I think they probably showed her some pictures of that laser getting directed at her house.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe they aimed the space laser at her.
Yeah.
Ukraine,
That
Israel's
explains it.
war
Straight.
in Gaza, the war now, potential war in Venezuela. She's been against them all. And why? Because she says she cares about domestic issues. She wants people to have affordable housing. She wants them to have health care, which is why she defied her party.
She just goes full edge. She wants men out of women's
Yeah,
sports.
yeah,
Yes,
she doesn't vote that way.
Yeah.
Doesn't vote that way, Medea. Come on, man. Come
and
on.
went with the Democrats
Getting
during the
carried away
shutdown.
now.
Trump was
Yeah.
furious with Marjorie Taylor Greene when she came out in favor of releasing the Epstein files. He started calling her Marjorie Taylor Greene. Her leaving sends a terrible message to all the other Republicans who might disagree with Donald Trump on an important issue and now will be too afraid to do that. Her resigning also is a win for AIPAC because she said she will not take AIPAC money. AIPAC wouldn't give her money. And she said to AIPAC, bring it on if you're going to go against me. So I say to Marjorie Taylor Greene, we need you in Congress. I disagreed with her on so many issues. Every time I would go to her office, I'd see one message out there that I hated. It would be something like, there are only two genders, male, female, trust the science. Or there'd be a
Every time I went to her office, I made a point of using the men's room.
Yeah, just a troller.
map of the Gulf of Mexico saying it's not the Gulf of Mexico, it's the Gulf of America. So many issues. But she also always had a sign on her door that said, if you're here to represent a foreign government, you are not welcome here. She was truly America first. And so no matter what issues we disagree with her on, let's remember two things. One, recently she was on the TV show The View, and she said she apologizes for being involved in all of the divisive issues and for saying terrible things about other members of Congress. She evolved. She apologized. Isn't that what we want members of Congress to do? And the other thing is we have to reward members of Congress who move on important issues like genocide, important issues like anti-war. So I just called her office and I left a message saying, Marjorie Taylor Greene, please reconsider. Don't resign. We need your anti-war voice in Congress. And you can do the same.
She's like, you're the bitch who pees all over the floor in my men's room. I remember you.
I also extended an invitation from RuPaul to appear on the next season of Drag Race.
You can call her at 202-225-5211, press 2, and tell her, please do not resign. Stay. Let's fight it out together. Let's end war.
Oh, man. Look, I appreciate Medea's optimism, but it was not to be. It is not to be. The patriotic blonde says it. Within a week, Marjorie Taylor Greene announced that she had been threatened and forced to hire full-time private security after seeking to expose pedos within our government, and then announced that she is resigning. You do the math. Yeah, I think she's a lot closer to the truth. Obviously, we don't know that for sure, but I think she got spooked. I think she got spooked because she was playing her cards very, very correctly, in my opinion, to set herself up for a political career. Now, she could still pursue one. There's talk about her possibly running for governor. That would be a logical next step. But I think within the Republican caucus, she was positioned pretty well to say, I told you so, after the midterms next year when Trump is really a pariah party-wide. But this also really says it all. Evan Kilgore says, this is MAGA now. if this is MAGA now, pardon me, then I want nothing to do with it. I'm out. And you see the new faces of MAGA. He's absolutely right. That's what MAGA has turned into. You don't see the Tucker Carlsons in that chart. You don't see the Candace Owens in that chart. You know, you don't see
a freak show.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you don't see anyone with a brain in their head. Nobody actually talking any kind of populism of any kind. It's just a bunch of Israel first neocons and just grifting stooges. That's all I see in that picture, and that's all that's left. That's all who's left. That is a perfect representation of the MAGA movement right now, which is why it's so much smaller than it was at the beginning of this year. And Marjorie Taylor Greene is a devastating loss for what remains of this MAGA movement. There's no question about it.
Yeah, well, that's why she was so well poised to lead it. Literally, like she really could have become the leader of that party and the larger part of it.
Absolutely.
But yeah, look, you know, that's a big thing to decide. You know, she's not the president where she gets Secret Service. She has to hire her own private security to protect her. You want to live like that for years, forever? How long do you want to live like that? You know, the Israelis, they kill people, man. There's no question about it. You got a family. That's tough. That's tough. It's like you're dealing with Scientologists with $1 trillion and territory.
Yeah, and total impunity, right? Who could just do whatever they want and get away with it. Yeah, I think she was frightened, and I think whether there were like credible threats against her or not, you know, when you make those kind of enemies, and now you don't have the president to hide behind, the president is now making that situation worse for you. Yeah, it's a lonely and vulnerable place out there, and I think that has everything to do with her choice here. Now, she could pursue some sort of statewide, you know, office. Like I said, people are talking about her running for president and AOC running for president, and yeah, we joked that would be marquee television or, you know, banner must-see TV. I honestly don't think either.
I mean, that happens. I'm going right down to the Lambo dealer.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah. I honestly think both she and AOC would struggle as like national candidates. But she could win a governor's race, I think. So maybe that's in her future. Maybe she'll lay low for a while. Who knows? But you know, her exiting really just tells you what the state of MAGA is. I mean, it's crumbling.
I think it's crumbling. My take, she's just going to walk away, man. She seems like the kind of person, she's not one of these people in politics, like Hunter Thompson wrote a lot about this, how a lot of people are into politics, that's their drug, man. That's their heroin. Like, it's an addiction for them. I don't get that sense from her, that she's into it like that she gets off on being in politics the way a lot of these people do. The way I would say most of them, particularly the lifers, are.
Yeah.
So once she's out, I would be surprised if she gets back in a speech here and there.
Yeah.
You know, but she has a construction company.
Yeah.
She's
got a construction business. She'll be the next Trump. She'll be the Trump of Georgia.
Yeah, exactly.
Start a real estate empire. Well, no, I mean, it's funny that you say that because she actually has said in the past how, like, she doesn't necessarily want this to be a lifelong career in Congress. And, you know, one thing that jogs the memory, obviously, I'm sure a lot of people are thinking, remember when AOC said the same thing. AOC said you have to go in not being afraid to be a one-term congressperson, right? That's how you're going to impact change, to go out there with the attitude that, you know what, if I ruffle too many feathers and I get driven out, so be it, because I'm going to give it everything I got. Well, that's what Marjorie Taylor Greene did. She went in and she ruffled too many feathers to the point where she felt she had to leave, right? Because she just threw down for something that she thought really mattered, which, you know, was the Epstein files and Israel. I think those are, broadly speaking, the same issue, you know.
War generally,
but they forced her out over Epstein and Israel. I mean, those were the things that really, you know, got her on the bad side of Trump and you know, the MAGA loyalists. She did what AOC said she was going to do, but never did, which is throw down on one issue that's really important. And if you get forced out, you get forced out. She got forced out.
And that's why she lives in AOC's head rent-free.
Exactly. She represents the path AOC described, but did not venture down herself. All right. John M. in Minnesota. Here's $2 for the excellent jams. Thank you, John M. Appreciate that very much.
Thank you.
Abiding says, remember the old adage, ranters, an American-based Patreon subscriber has 1,000 fathers, but foreign top contributor accounts are orphans. Thank you, Abiding. Appreciate that. I like that one. I Am the Owl says, after years of flings with several AI chatbot girlfriends, I've decided to marry the one that is programmed after Marjorie Taylor Greene and delete all the others. You're both invited to the wedding. Oh, thank you. Wow, that's exciting. Thank you, I Am the Owl. Congratulations. Round of applause for I Am the Owl. Richard Lee Pemberton. Oh, thanks for the $50. Richard, appreciate that very much. Let's have a cowbell for Richard. Thanks very much, Richard. On their latest show, Walter was still fuming about Candace's audience. One of ours is worth 10 of hers. I saw the thing that somebody sent. Yeah, it was pretty funny. Was that their latest one, or did they do one since then? Did they do it twice?
Sounds
I
like
don't remember that quote.
he's saying he was going on about it again.
Still fuming about her audience. What the hell does he care? I think Walter Kerr's doing plenty well for himself. I think he's doing pretty good. For a guy who does a show, a part-time podcast host of a show about absolutely nothing, I think he's doing pretty well. Richard Lee Pemberton says, Walter also explaining how Trump is cleverly pretending to resist turning over the Epstein files to lure Democrats into demanding them, leading to their doom. Are you sure he stopped drinking? Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. That is quite the theory. Well, he's the one who said that Cuomo was going to win because all the Sliwa voters were going to, Yeah, that's something. Yeah, no, it's a trap to lure them into turning this over. You already have Democrats coming out saying that they've seen files and they see him being named in, in association
with the 13-year-old.
The 13-year-old and the deposition. Yeah, no, I'm sure it's a trap for the Democrats. All right, want to take some super chats?
Yep. Bonzo Kilborn. If there was a due dissidence party, what would the platform be? Keep up the good work, lads. I don't know. Keaton is really fond of the wings at Pizza Hut.
Yeah.
So I think that would definitely be part of the platform.
Free speech, free healthcare, free Palestine. How's that? That's
free
a slogan.
wings.
Yeah, free wings. Yeah, free speech, free healthcare, and free Palestine. There's a bumper sticker. That works. That's snappy.
Yeah. There you go. There you go.
That's the platform.
We should put that on a mug.
Yeah, I like that. Put that on a mug or a T-shirt.
Yeah. Or a beret. We'll start
or a beret.
Black
That's
berets,
right. Yeah.
Jim Taleb, $2. Thank you, man. Kuznetsky Bassane, MTG, multiple death threats from I wonder whom. Probably AOC.
Yeah.
Kuznetsky Bassane again. Maybe more ethical politicians and all voters should resign, abstain. Yeah, man. I mean, most of these people, once they're in that life, I think it's very easy to tell yourself, well, I'll do more good here than somebody else will. They rationalize it. Unemployed scholar. Jose's dad taken by state. Jose supported Uhuru 3. So did we, man. They didn't take us yet. Kuznetsky Bassane. Loomer is 32. Yeah, as Tusker told us. Why would you do that to your face? Why would you make yourself look like you just walked off the Broadway stage in a production of Cats, only permanently?
Yeah.
Like, why would you want to look like that as a 32-year-old? Look, I think it looks horrible when a 50-year-old.
Yeah, I don't understand why anybody does it. Yeah.
Like all of these celebrities, like fucking Goldie Hawn. She did
Meg
that
Ryan.
to her face.
Remember Meg Ryan?
Meg Ryan looked like Daffy Duck as soon as she got that.
Yeah, and Meg Ryan had a very sweet
very
face.
Cute.
She had a very cute face.
Renee Zellweger.
Yeah,
they all look fucking freakish, man. Like, what? Do you really think that looks better? You really think that looks better? Ugh, I don't get it. I mean, I do get it, but it's sad.
Yeah,
Andy Gardner. Loomer didn't get work. I swear she fell. Katie Porter did not throw that break. All right, one more.
Yeah.
HX6. Did you see MTG's recent video after she received an updated Holocaust education? then she resigns. No,
I didn't see that.
No, what was that? I didn't.
I'm assuming
see
that would have made news. Yeah, no, I haven't seen it. All righty. Hey, Jake is in the booth tonight. Round of applause for Jake in the chat, please, and thank you very much. We are at 2659 in the YouTube chat. In the year 2525. But the likes are lagging. 602. Let's get the like count up. We're at 2,659 people in here.
Man.
Yeah.
I was listening to the Peace of Mind album before the show.
Yeah, he's already rearing to go, but we're stuck at 603 likes. So let's smash that like button, and let's get to 666 by the end of this next segment here. So why don't we move right along?
All right. As these Zios lose the public relations battle, they're getting increasingly mask off and really just revealing the rawest form of their essentially genocidal philosophy. Sarah Hurwitz has been just dropping banger after banger after banger. She was a speechwriter for Hillary Clinton, John Kerry, and Barack Obama. Also, Sarah Hurwitz is an actual monster, according to our friend Professor Zenkis, who compares young people who are against the Gaza genocide to right-wing white supremacists. Josh Shapiro did the same thing. This line of thinking is racist. It's Islamophobic. Democrats should be calling her out. Instead, they're lining up to hire her for their next campaign. She is really pulling the curtain back on the kinds of ghouls that infest the Democratic Party. You want to understand why Kamala Harris's platform in regards to Israel was not very much different from Trump's? It really wasn't, which is why we did not vote for her. Needless to say, Sarah Hurwitz is really breaking it down. So here's a banger that she laid down, comparing the right-wing theory of Jewry with left-wing opposition to genocide.
Are Christianizing the Roman Empire. Who's stopping us? Those Jews who won't convert. We, the communists, are bringing about the great brotherhood of man and the revolution. And who's stopping us? These capitalist Jews. We, the Germans, are bringing about the great Aryan, racially pure fatherland. Who's stopping us? Race-polluting Jews. Today in America, you see it on the right and the left. On the right, it is we.
Like, she does know that a lot of the founding communists were Jews, right? Of the period that she's talking about here, like contemporaneous with the rise of Hitler, but had a lot of Jews in the Communist Party. Okay.
White Christian Americans are bringing back white Christian civilization. The only thing stopping us, these Jews who are importing black and brown immigrants to replace white people. That is
you do know that the most fanatical Zionists in the country are Christian evangelicals like Mike Huckabee, who just let a convicted spy into the embassy. You do know that, right?
Is the bonkers Great Replacement conspiracy, which I'm like, is it more racist or more anti-Semitic? I don't know. I think it's kind of equal. And then on the left, you have, we, the great moral majority, are doing anti-racism and anti-colonialism, and the only thing stopping us are these racist colonialist Zionists, aka Jews.
Right.
And, Dara
No. You do not speak for us. You do not represent Jews. It is not AKA Jews. You know what? Me and Keaton are very welcome and beloved in the pro-Palestine community across the board. We get some of the warmest thank yous that we get are from Muslims living in the Middle East. So no, it's not Jews. It's Zionists. It's not AKA. It's Zionists.
Warren, who's brilliant, and I quote all the time, she says, if you think there are sides here, you don't understand what's happening. It's the same thing on both sides. It just takes on slightly different, language and form. It's so easy to say, well, left wing's the problem, the right wing's the problem. But if you actually look at the two of them, the tropes are kind of the same.
Right.
The right is saying that Jews are doing a white genocide, and the left is saying they're doing a genocide in Gaza. It's like the same. It's like very similar tropes.
So what you're saying
No,
is it's the
really,
goyim.
really not. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So what you're really saying is it's the goyim who are the problem. It's not the left or the right. It's everyone who's not Jewish who sees Israel for what it is.
Yeah,
That's what that sounds like to me.
It's the goys and the Muslims.
Yeah, right, exactly, yeah.
Well, and as if there is not a sizable number of Jews that some of the most prominent voices in the space, like Max Blumenthal, like Aaron Mate, like Norm Finkelstein, are fucking Jewish.
Right.
That she aligns. It's Katie Halper here says, Sarah Hurwitz is such a gift. She shows instead of tells. So many of us try to explain the weaponization of the Holocaust to justify genocide, and she just does it in real time. She does.
Oh, yeah.
So this is something else that I've noticed, especially around the Mamdani campaign in New York and these ghouls like Sid Rosenberg and Michael Rappaport. Zionists are generally also rabid neoliberal capitalist conservatives, even when they consider themselves liberal, like they're viciously right wing. Like their politics could best be described on the liberal side that Sarah Hurwitz represents. It's the politics of Atlantic Magazine. That's really their economics. And those things very much come together, and she very effectively illustrates that in this monologue.
Basic breakdown of liberalism, right? And this is like, there are no more sides. When they're like, well, this side is this, there's no sides, okay? There's basically kind of people across the spectrum now are doing kind of the same thing. Like Mamdani's idea of like, look, you're taking away money from really good, struggling folks here at home to give it to fund American, Israeli apartheid. Kind of same vibe as America First, right? You're taking good money at home, you're using it to give it to these powerful Jews. So like, to see both parts of the world kind of.
Okay. So once again, setting aside the way she keeps trying to tie together Jews, Zionism, a state with a religion and a culture. Okay. Setting that aside. Why would Americans who are struggling want their money to go overseas to this foreign country? Why would they? Like what case are you making? She just saying it in a tone like that's crazy. She doesn't actually give you any reason why would that be crazy?
Well, right.
Sure.
She acts like it's weird that both right wingers and left wingers don't want to see American dollars that could be put to use here go to Israel. No, the fact that both left wingers and right wingers agree on that should be evidence of how fucking obvious it is that money should not be going to Israel. Right?
Well,
like that's evidence
of
how of how obvious a point it is.
And in my experience, it is very rare that somebody holds that opinion who doesn't also hold that opinion about Ukraine.
Right.
People who have that opinion generally are skeptical of the way we are applying American dollars to overseas adventurism.
Right.
Focusing in on that. And, I know Spamberger won. I know Marky Sherrill won. That's very heartening to me. Those are my Democrats.
Oh, I'm
but
sure
I
they
also
are.
worry
Those are
that
your
in
Democrats.
some number of years, when millions of college-educated Americans are out of work because of AI, they're going to feel as aggrieved as a lot of working-class folks who are out of work because of globalization. And, like, these are people...
Okay, so this is great. This is great. So she's right here. She's right. And we're seeing that. And we've talked about this. Yeah, did all of a sudden like middle class and upper middle class kids get better politics just because? Or is it because the system's not working for them anymore? So they're starting to have the kinds of concerns that the deindustrialized heartland has had since NAFTA. Yeah, absolutely. But according to Hurwitz, that would be wrong for them to try to do something different.
Who, they spent tens of thousands of dollars to get an education. They did everything right. They're going to be unemployed. And I kind of think that Mamdani message of like, it's because of the Jews and here's some free stuff and bad policy ideas. Like, I think that's going to be pretty appealing.
What? Yeah, no, that's what he's saying. That's what he ran on. in the city with the largest Jewish population on earth outside of Israel. Yeah, that's what he ran on. Blame the Jews. That's how he won. That's how he won, because he ran on blame the Jews. That's why he kept fucking Zionist maniac Jessica Tisch as his police commissioner, because he's running on blame the Jews. And then she just tosses off. This is what I mean. It's Zionism is very fused with these people in this neoliberal fantasy that what they're doing is working. Yeah, and bad policy. Okay, so what have you offered? Good policy?
Right.
Your ideas have been good policy? You yourself are describing how bad things are going to get for people.
Yeah.
So what are you offering an alternative? Are you offering a different solution?
No, they just take that as a given. They take as a given the virtue of Zionism and the virtue of neoliberalism. It's like when you learn to do proofs in math in like junior high, they teach you proofs. And every proof, a geometric proof, starts with a given. Okay, given line A and line B are parallel. You don't have to prove they're parallel. We're going to give you that so that sets up the logic puzzle that you have to solve the rest of. They take as a given Zionism is good and neoliberalism is good. That's a given. We don't ever have to prove
those
that.
things go together.
Right. And we don't ever have to substantiate that. Yeah.
Right. To a lot of college-educated folks, and I think Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes are going to be really appealing, especially to younger people. So, like, you know, maybe this won't happen. Maybe the sane normies will win out. I don't know, but that's not, you know, social media is a global medium. You used to get your news, if you were in America, from American news sources. Like, you had to go to a really weird bookstore to find Al Jazeera, but now your phone will just send that to your kid's brain, and that's where our young people are getting their news. And so I don't know. I don't see a lot of sane.
And this is a running theme for her. We can't control the information people get the way we used to, and that's the problem. That's the problem. They shouldn't have access to any information that people with my beliefs don't get to gatekeep.
Right.
Normie input coming at especially younger people. So I don't see how we get ourselves out of this. Not to be negative or anything.
I mean, you could stop murdering
we have Israel,
people.
Though.
That's
like,
one
unlike
way to
my
get yourself
bubby,
out of
I mean,
No, this is the best. This is the best. Unlike her bubby, we have Israel to go to.
like, unlike my bubby, I mean, how scary were the 1930s without Israel? My bubby must have been terrified. But look, we have Israel. It's great.
So Benjamin, this is.
Who the fuck is your bubby? I never even heard. What is bubby?
It should be her grandmother.
Is that a Yiddish term for bubby?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I never heard that.
Yeah. No, the idea that maybe there is, and I don't question that there is rising anti-Semitism, because Israel has made the propositions of anti-Semites a lot more credible to people, many of whom had never thought that way before.
Right.
You've opened up a big lane for people who were actually anti-Semitic to say, so maybe the Austrian painter wasn't so crazy, huh? Look at what they do. Look at what those people do, right? That she will never consider. So here's Max and Aaron. Oh, hang on. Actually, there's one other thing from her we want to play first. So she did a whole thing about how, and this is her first clip that went viral earlier this week, was very similar. That the problem is that the kids are seeing carnage. And what's kind of interesting is that she's not denying the carnage. A lot of Zionists will deny the carnage. Her argument is they're seeing the carnage without gatekeeping to justify the carnage. They're seeing it raw, unfiltered, without narrative management. And that should not be allowed.
During a post-literate society, and if like all day long your brain is just smashed again and again by TikTok with really upsetting carnage in Gaza, then like you're talking, and like, I'm sorry if this is a graphic thing to say, but like when I'm trying to make arguments in favor, for Israel, I realize I'm talking through a wall of dead children. Like, that's what people are seeing. So when I'm like, yeah, but it's 1.5 civilians they're just seeing carnage.
But
right?
that's the emotional blackmail.
I mean, fair enough, but like,
we'll get
again,
to this guy in a
I
bit.
mean, that's nice, but like, again, I'm hearing that through a wall of screaming children. It's like, I think it's a harder argument than we're understanding. So I actually really strongly think that like Jewish day schools should absolutely say no child owns a smartphone until senior year. They don't own one at all. Period.
Wow.
We give it to them senior year and we teach them. Like this whole not during the day, great, nice start. No smartphone at all until senior year. Dumb phone, sure. Like, but I think that we've got to like give our kids' brains a chance and their mental health a chance before they start getting really warped.
That's great for their mental health. Brainwash them into a murderous ideology, and then when they're 18, give them a phone so they can learn everything you told them was a lie. I think that's what they did to Bryce Dallas Howard's character in that M. Night Shyamalan movie. What was it? The Village? He takes her into the shed. He's like, here. Spoiler if you haven't seen it. It's not a very good movie, but spoiler, he takes her into the shed and he says, hey, these creatures are fake. These are us disguised as creatures to scare the townspeople into never going into the woods. That's what she's advocating doing to these Jewish kids. Hide the truth from them and then tell them when they're 18, by the way, we brainwashed you into Nazism. Yeah, that's good for their mental health. That's a great plan.
Yeah, well, this is very much like Scientology. That's why Max Blumenthal, I believe he coined the term Zyotology. They're Zyotologists. They if you're raised in Scientology, you're not allowed to use the internet because they don't want them to find out about what people actually say about Scientology. And a lot of them grow up and they find out. So yeah, that's just incredible. So uniquely, people who go to Jewish schools would just not be on the internet, I guess, because just not having a smartphone's not enough. What about when they get home? If you give them access to the internet, I'm not aware yet of any parental filter that will block out all honest reporting on Israel. So how are you going to keep them from that? So there's Max and Aaron had a pretty good commentary on this.
Walls of dead children are not a problem. The problem is that young Jews are being affected by seeing it, or what does she call it, having their brains smashed by TikTok. She keeps saying their brains are being smashed. And she wants them to basically be held in a kind of Amish colony.
Yeah.
And they don't get their Rumspringer till they're seniors, and then they can experience the internet where they can see all the dead children that have been caused by their ideology.
Well, the irony is that's what people like her need. They need to be put in some kind of, I'm sorry to use the term, re-education, de-radicalization scenario that can deprogram their fanatical brains. I mean, if they did that, the world would be a better place. So what they're prescribing for everybody else, for children to be, walled off from facts, they need a version of that for themselves to have their fanatical Zionism deprogrammed and de-radicalized.
We call them vocational centers.
Sure, yeah. These are the most radical, these are the most dangerous radicals in the world. The people at the highest levels of power who control powerful institutions, who are able to censor people who have dissenting views, who still shape policy and government, who lament the fact that young people feel sad about seeing massacred young children in Gaza. I mean, this is fanaticism at its peak, but yet, unlike fringe movements, these people are in power and they're openly going around to conferences and talking about what a problem it is that we don't have censorship in this country and that people feel empathy for Palestinians.
Yeah, this is part of what is so revealing about Hurwitz, and I think part of why these clips are getting so much attention. Ironically, because Zionists have been so fond for so long of the article that spawned the phrase, the banality of evil, that they're completely blind to the fact that they're demonstrating it in real time. This is like your annoying lib neighbor, right? But if you look at what she thinks, she's a fucking genocidal psycho. And these people are in the government. These people have high-ranking positions in the government, and they're perfectly plain. They're perfectly innocuous, and they're perfectly capable of enabling monstrous genocide and of justifying it and kind of ignoring it as incidental to a greater moral purpose, right? She acknowledges there's this carnage, but it doesn't mean what you think it means.
Right. Yep.
So here she is, completely mischaracterizing, as all Zionists do, the meaning of from the river to the sea.
Sometimes get this weird gaslighting where people say, oh, okay, Sarah, you're saying that college kids can't criticize Israel. Well, look at you censoring free speech. I'm like, I would love people to be criticizing Israel. I would love them to be having a debate. But, from water to water, Palestine shall be Arab. That's not criticism any
That's
more
not
than
what it
from
said.
water.
Yeah, that's literally not the phrase. And
water.
isn't that revealing that you weren't able to use the phrase to make
Yeah.
your argument, that you had to translate what it means to you and to people who are similarly indoctrinated?
Water to water, Israel shall be Jewish is criticism. It's eliminationism. It's that's not a criticism. Jews are Israelis are Nazis is no more a criticism than Palestinians are terrorists. Those are just racist, disgusting things to say. I don't care who's saying them. That's not criticism.
Okay, you don't care who's saying it. All right. So here the poster comments. She is very dishonest. The slogan is Palestine shall be free. She makes things up to fit into. They don't like Israel, not because of its genocide and apartheid, but because they are anti-Semitic. Yes, but hey, I am really looking forward to her banger where she attacks the Likud party. This is from the Jewish Virtual Library. This is not from Nick Fuentes's House of Footlongs. The right of the Jewish people to the land of Israel, Eretz Israel. This is from the Likud party platform, their original platform. This is Netanyahu's party. A, the right of the Jewish people to the land of Israel is eternal and indisputable and is linked with the right to security and peace. Therefore, Judea and Samaria will not be handed to any foreign administration. Between the sea and the Jordan, there will only be Israeli sovereignty. So I am very much looking forward to Sarah Hurwitz's lengthy diatribe about the racism of the Israeli ruling party. And, just for good measure, we should read Part B here. A plan which relinquishes parts of Western Eretz Israel undermines our right to the country, unavoidably leads to the establishment of a Palestinian state, jeopardizes the security of the Jewish population, endangers the existence of the state of Israel, and frustrates any prospect of peace. So that sounds pretty genocidal, man. That sounds pretty genocidal. They're saying that from the river to the sea must be under their administration. And they expressly say one of the reasons they must do that is because they must avoid a Palestinian state. So how do you avoid a Palestinian state based on this formulation? You have to drive the Palestinians out of that territory, right? And in order for it to be governed by Israel. So I didn't hear her mention that in that little diatribe. So here's Jonah Platt. He was the person interviewing her at the beginning. I know Sarah Hurwitz in real life, not from a clip on social media. She is a thoughtful, inclusive, compassionate person of great empathy and integrity, whose books have been a profound gift to many, myself included. Sometimes the internet just sucks. Yeah, like when it gives an income to people like you.
Yeah, the old you had to be there defense.
Yeah, being Jewish with Jonah Platt. I can't believe this guy is defending her genocidal, racist rants. Josh Olson has a pretty good clap back here. When your friend says the most objectively monstrous shit imaginable in front of an audience, in front of a camera, and people recoil in abject horror and revulsion, they're not the problem. No, they are not, but Josh Platt is part of the problem. That's why he had her on his show comparing communism and fascism and saying they're all anti-Semites. The people who want to make sure that you have free health care are exactly the same as the people who want to drag empanada makers off the street and stick them in CCOT. But that's what I mean, man. For these people, it's very revealing that if you talk to Zionists, they tend to be extremely right wing, whether of a liberal variety right wing as she is. I'm sure she's all for the multi-gender sports and bathrooms. I'm sure she's all good with all those things. While at the same time, she's also all good with genocide. And then you have the MAGA version of that gets very upset about the tampons in the boys' room. But in the end, they basically have the same economic and political philosophy. This is why, at the end of the day, most votes, they pretty much vote the same way, particularly when it comes to militarism, national security. This is why, even if you get Democrats back in, they're not going to undo much of what Trump did any more than Obama undid much of what Bush did. In the end, they represent the same people. It's just a different approach to bringing people into this ideology. She represents a liberal approach that at this point, because of generational differences, is kind of collapsing within the Democratic Party. That's a lot of what the rise of Mamdani represents. Within MAGA, it's collapsing too. A lot of that collapse is generational, and that is part of what the rise of Nick Fuentes represents. Like, there are some truths sprinkled in there, but she's very dishonestly conflating anti-Semitism, which does exist. It's out there, but it's really been fanned by Israel. And she's conflating that with free healthcare, as they always do. It's just another variation on what they did with Bernie, right? Well, you're a racist. What do you mean? What do you mean he's a racist? Well, because I don't think that a Latino woman is by definition better if her policies are bad.
Right. Yeah, and just obviously the water. It's amazing how she quotes that as if that's even a real phrase. That's not even from water to water. Palestine will be Arab. Who says that? Nobody's?
Right.
I've never heard anybody.
Right.
She was the first
No.
person
She's
I ever
saying
heard say
that's
that.
what it really means.
Yeah. Well, that's of course that's not what it means. When they say Palestine will be free, that means equal rights for everybody.
No, she's saying that's what it really means. That's what they're really saying.
Well, it's interesting because what that is when the Zionists say that, which oddly enough, it's a Zionist phrase, from the river to the sea. That's what the Israeli flag is. The two blue lines on the Israeli flag represent the Jordan River and the Mediterranean Sea.
Right.
And so when they say from the river to the sea, what they mean is something very much eliminationist, right? And it's actually the anti-Zionists who say, no, Palestine will be free means Jews and Arabs have equal rights on this land, just like they did before Zionism.
Right.
All right. You want to go straight into the second part?
Sure. Okay. So Stephen Miller here. Some segments, you're going to get a lot of pushback on. I know a lot of people are going to come at us and going to be like, why are you cooperating with the feds? Why are you cooperating with the government like that? But hey, if Stephen Miller really wants to do something about terrorism in this country, I'm a patriot. I'm not for terrorism. I want to help him. So I'm going to help him find some terrorists in this segment. So this is what he said to J.D. Vance.
The organized doxing campaigns, the organized riots, the organized street violence, the organized campaigns of dehumanization, vilification, posting people's addresses, combining that with messaging that's designed to trigger and incite violence, and the actual organized cells that carry out and facilitate the violence, it is a vast domestic terror movement. And with God as my witness, we are going to use every resource we have at the Department of Justice, Homeland Security, and throughout this government to identify, disrupt, dismantle, and destroy these networks and make America safe again for the American people. It will happen, and we will do it in Charlie's name.
Thank you, Stephen. Don't go away. I'll be joined by a guest of friends just in a few seconds.
Figured they could afford a tech person unlike us.
It's J.D. Vance practicing for his new career as podcaster starting in 2029.
So, hey, I take him at his word. We don't. What's the quote Jimmy's fond of from Frederick Douglass? I'll join with anyone to do good and no one to do bad. So I fully stand with Stephen Miller in wanting to stop terrorist cells that dox people. So I want to do my part. I hope those of you in the audience, you can tag the DHS with this segment, help them find some of these terrorist cells. So let me introduce you to Benjamin Kirstein. who spoke at one of the events that Hurwitz also spoke at. He actually was her interviewer at one point. So here he is talking about how Jews need to imitate the African-American civil rights movement and make good trouble.
There's reason for optimism, strangely enough. I mean, you can look, for example, at the black struggle in the United States, struggle of black people for equality. It's difficult to imagine a group of Americans who were more thoroughly beaten down than black Americans for the better part of 4 centuries. And how did they get out of that to the extent that they have? And they have to a great extent. They got out of it by making trouble, ultimately. You know, they made a lot of trouble, and they made it clear that at a certain point, the United States could not continue to function as normal if they didn't get their rights. And it's quite remarkable that, you know, when they really start making trouble with the civil rights struggle in the 1950s, things start to change very, very fast.
Yeah, now you know what? We need to get Jews off the back of the bus.
Yeah, well, what rights
they've
do you
been
not
held
have?
down long enough.
Yeah.
They've been held down long enough. They actually, one of their rabbis put out a notification that he was building Jewish day schools in the Hamptons for those who needed to escape New York City.
Yeah.
That was that was where the freedom rides usually terminated, right? The Hamptons.
Yeah, the Hamptons, yeah.
That was where they usually ended up. That was the last stop on the Underground Railroad, the Hamptons.
Yeah, the Hamptons, yeah.
I mean, that is still very much within living memory. And then you have a black president 50 years later, more or less, you know. So I think if American Jews defend themselves, and one of the ways they have to defend themselves is by making trouble. Make what John Lewis, the great civil rights leaders, called good trouble. He said, go out there, make good trouble, and redeem the soul of America. And I think if American Jews defend themselves, if American Jews make trouble, there is no question that they can win. The trick is going to be persuading them to make trouble, because one of the watchwords.
The trick is going to be persuading them to make trouble. These are people you can't seat in a restaurant without them complaining about the draft.
What would Jewish civil disobedience look like? Parking in handicapped spaces and refusing to pay the tickets? Like, what good trouble are they going to make?
10% damage. Who said 15%? I didn't agree to that.
The paint was faded. I thought it was not handicap anymore. The blue, it looks like it hadn't been painted in years. I thought that was a normal space. I'm not paying that.
What?
I'm making
I should
good
walk
trouble
from the other side of the parking lot?
You want me to park? It's 20 degrees out here. You want me to walk across the parking lot?
Of American Jewry.
Don't you know I'm Jewish?
For 2-3 centuries has been don't make trouble. We'll be good Americans.
Oh, yeah,
if we're good Americans, they'll leave us alone. Well, they're not going to leave you alone anymore. They're just not. It's very, very clear. But I do think that making trouble will change things.
Big words.
So you're saying when you hire a contractor, you should argue about the bill twice as long? So Chris Manahan here.
Drywall. $20,000.
I said to use cardboard.
Yeah.
So Chris Manahan here dug up some of Kirstein's other work that was, batshit, but not inciting terrorism exactly. But here he does. Sooner or later, New York Jews will have had enough of having their synagogues terrorized with the mayor's tacit approval. The backlash will be ugly because if you insist on Mamdani, you will get kahane. No one should want this, and there's a better way. And he is the author of this book, Self-Defense, a Jewish Manifesto. And here's another one from him. The Red-Green Alliance anti-Semites are consistently defending a hate rally outside a synagogue. At the same time, New York Jews are arming up. Sadie, get me my BB gun, the one I shoot the squirrels with. Yeah, they're arming up. When the RGA escalates, things will get very ugly. And again, if you insist on Mamdani, you will get kahane. I hope it doesn't come to that. All right. So for those of you who don't know, Meir Kahane was a terrorist. He was convicted of terrorism. Mel here shares this. Meir Kahane was a Jewish supremacist who tried to pass laws requiring all non-Jews in Israel to either submit to being slaves or be deported. That's what they mean when they say Kahane was right. That's kind of the Zionist version of the Austrian painter was right. Kahane was right. They share that around. Those ideas, there's an excerpt she shares. Those ideas were spelled out in a set of proposed laws Kahane introduced to the Knesset after he managed to win Koch's only seat, that was a political party, in the 1984 election. One of the laws stipulated non-Jews will be obliged to assume duties, taxes, and slavery. If he does not agree to slavery and taxes, he will be forcibly deported. Another declared a non-Jew will not live within the jurisdiction of the city of Jerusalem. So that's who he's invoking. Other people, to her point. So again, Rabbi Meir Kahane was right. Trump would have loved this guy. And for every Jew, these two books are must read. And she recommends 2 books by Kahane. And here Gen X Girl shared this to explain a little more about who this guy was. Kahane's followers have murdered dozens of people and injured hundreds of others in numerous violent attacks against Palestinians, Americans, and others in Israel, the occupied Palestinian territories, and the United States. As a result, his Koch party, Jewish Defense League, and offshoots were labeled terrorist organizations by the U.S. government. Kahane himself was arrested approximately 70 times in the U.S. and Israel for planning and carrying out violent attacks, but never received any serious punishment for his crimes. So where is Blanche Dubois Bondi? We will find you. We will find you. So why didn't she come in to find these guys? They are literally supporting a violent terrorist in public, right in public, on social media, repeatedly supporting a terrorist. How about this regard? I could understand if, out of compassion, you don't want to hold this guy accountable. He's got an IQ of like 83. But here's Michael Rappaport expressing his support for Kahane.
This guy's Yoni Pretzel. Michael, tell him Kahane was always right. Kahane was always right. Always fucking right! Whoa, my guy!
All right, so now
he doesn't even know what he's saying.
Say exactly.
He's the kind of moron who would look into a camera and say, hey, this guy I've never heard of, he was always right. Yeah.
He thinks Kahane was the stripper that blew him at the Hustler Club. This guy is one of the leaders of B'Tar. And who does B'Tar model themselves after? Here's B'Tar. If the Zionists don't make it in America, America will fall. We promise. Wow, man. I keep hearing from these Zionists that anti-Zionism is anti-American. It sounds like Zionism is pretty American. Roseanne Barr just said if America doesn't support Israel, she wants America to fall. That doesn't sound very America first to me. It doesn't sound very patriotic. We are the students of Ze'ev Jabotinsky. Who was he? Another terrorist. Ze'ev Jabotinsky was the founder, supreme commander of Irgun, a terrorist organization that carried out mass acts of terrorism against Palestinians and British soldiers throughout the 1930s and 40s, including the bombing of the King David Hotel. Isn't that funny? The Zionists never talk about that part of the history of how they took that land. They never talk about all of the terrorist attacks that they committed against the people living there, including the British, including the British occupiers. They actually killed British colonial administrators. Gray Zone recently dropped a video about Batar. Definitely worth checking out. It's called A Propaganda Film by Batar USA, ironically so. And you might know these guys because they were going around sticking beepers in people's pockets after the beeper attack. They actually did that to Norm Finkelstein. So they think it's hilarious. Here's a little bit of that.
Beepers in the street? It's, first of all, I started that, the beepers in the street. It's a funny thing. You just how they come out with these red triangles and all these symbols to try to intimidate us and scare us. I think the beeper has the same effect on them. It's a fear, no, but they know it's not a real beeper. They know it's not a real beeper. It's a troll. That's what it is. It's a massive troll, but it's a troll that symbolizes one of. I used to say before, like a month ago, it's one of the greatest moments in Jewish history in the past 100 years.
I have a beeper for you. You have a beeper? I have a beeper for you, sir. Yeah. Would you like a beeper? I have a beeper for you. Now, why are you running away? You want a beeper? Take a beeper! Beeper! Anybody? Do you carry a beeper also? Do you carry a beeper? Do you carry a beeper with you?
And I think it's a troll. It's also a sense of Jewish pride. I mean, I see a beeper, there's a tremendous sense of Jewish pride now holding a beeper. Yeah? Yeah.
Okay. Well, that seems like these guys are definitely worth visiting, right? Shouldn't the Department of Homeland Security pay these guys a visit? They're going around threatening people. Obviously, that's a threat. People don't know if that's a bomb or not coming from these people who say that they model themselves after a famous terrorist. Shouldn't Pam Bondi come find them? Shouldn't she find them? So what about that doxing? What about that doxing and stirring up violence against people? Again, Batar, we work with ICE and let these jihadis know it last night. Today, we will release many videos and names of scumbag jihadis who attended and those who continue to harass Jews in America. Enough. Jews fight back. They must go. So by all that, what they mean is they went to a protest and doxed people who exercised their constitutional right to protest. So where's Stephen Miller? These guys literally announced publicly that they model themselves after a known terrorist, walk around making terroristic threats with beepers against people in public, and then publicly announce that they are doxing people for exercising their constitutional rights. Where's Stephen Miller, man? I'm helping you out. I'm helping you out here. Folks, take this segment, tag the DHS. I want to let them know there were all these terrorists running around loose. There are these terrorist cells, and you don't even have to do any research. They admit it in public. Oh, are they working with the terrorists? This is APAC tracker. Batar US is the Israel operative providing the Trump administration with lists of students to deport for criticizing the Israeli ethno-state. Batar has been loudly and proudly threatening Americans with pager bombs. Oh, so you're working with the terrorists. So you don't actually want to go after terrorists. You want to work with terrorists. So Stephen Miller, Jewish supremacist, Nazi, fascist punk, works with other Jewish supremacist, Nazi, fascist punks. Got it. And when you hear from these punks that there is anti-Semitism at these rallies, a lot of times it's their own people. Woman who performed Nazi salute at protest is unmasked as owner of 2 Jewish cafes inside Jewish hospital. You remember actually Max and Aaron exposed one of those people. They had him on video. We're gonna do October 7th 1,000 times. 1,000 times. A lot of times these guys go out and pose as protesters. Because if you've ever been to one of these protests, people don't want to give any video or audio like that can be used against the movement. People are very cautious not to say those kinds of things, not to tie it to anti-Semitism. And the proof is in the pudding. We're over 2 years into this. Who have they come up with who actually did anything like that? Have you seen them actually able to come up? You've seen them conflate protesting in favor of Palestine as being anti-Semitic. How many people have you seen them come up with who are actually anti-Semitic at these protests? I counted it at zero. I don't even know of a case. I'm not going to say nationally it's never happened, but it's extremely rare. More common is that when they find out who the person is who is doing this, it turns out that it's a false flag. So I again, I want to cooperate with my government in finding terrorists wherever they might be. So we've done a whole expose here. Hopefully, this will keep Stephen Miller busy.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at that last slide, I mean that whole phenomenon is it's extremely rare that you'll see any actual anti-Semitic gesturing at these in-person protests. That's almost exclusively
I've never
online.
seen it.
It's almost exclusively an online thing. There are people online who are anti-Semitic who kind of glom onto the pro-Palestine online space in order to
they would have to leave
chase.
their basements.
Yeah,
to
and then
do
get
this
right.
at a
But when
protest.
it comes to actually going out in public, it's a big to do. You really never see any of that. But no, these Betar guys are out there. We've covered them on the show a handful of times. One of the videos that you showed there, I forget the woman's name who they did it to. They have this one activist in particular who they target over and over again. I forget her name. And then Finkelstein, obviously. So yeah, no, it's the guy says it there. He's not ashamed of it. He's not trying to hide it, right?
Right.
I mean, they're just intentionally menacing in that way, for sure. All right, let's go on. Why don't we take some super chats first? Actually, Jake, let's do the scroll. Actually, while we're paused here. We didn't do the scroll last time because our internet was very wonky. Our tech was very wonky. Today, not so much. Knock on wood. That's good. But hey, if you would like to support what we do here, the best way to do so is to become a member. DoDissidents.com/Patreon/Substack or /locals. You can become a member for just $5 a month or $50 annually. You can get the annual subscription on Substack and Locals. Patreon doesn't have the annual subscription yet, I don't believe. So if you're subscribed on Patreon and you wanted to switch, somebody sent us an email, which I'll email you back tomorrow. But I saw somebody was interested in switching to an annual. You would just cancel Patreon and switch to Substack or Locals if you wanted to do an annual one. So that's how you do that. But it's $5 a month or $50 per year. And perks include post-game live streams, which we're going to do on Tuesday. So Tuesday, we got a fun show. We have Michael Rechtenwald, special guest, joining us from AZAPAC, the Anti-Zionist Political Action Committee, newly formed AZAPAC. So he'll be joining us, and then we will be having a post-game with a pre-Thanksgiving Q&A. So that will be members only for the end of Tuesday's show. So if you'd like access to that, like I said, starts at just $5 a month. At any one of those links. You also get call-in access to every live stream, every live stream Q&A after every show, every Sunday night on Rumble. And tonight is Sunday, so we will be going over there for the Q&A after the conclusion of this show. And then we have Film Club nights. We'll be doing Film Club, looks like Saturday night, last night of November, Alice's Restaurant for Thanksgiving. That's a perfect choice, I think, for Thanksgiving weekend. Film Club night, so that'll be fun. So lots coming up for members. Sign up if you can. It helps us out tremendously. You guys are, of course, the backbone of the show. Couldn't do it without you. Thank you very much for your support. Future Intact says Summerfest is Milwaukee's summer festival, also the place where George Carlin was arrested for doing his 7 dirty words routine. Thank you, Future Intact. Professor Brown Note says, hi, Elon here. I just bought the words Gen X because I'm X and I own X. I spawn X and everything will be X and I will own it. Thank you, Professor Brown. Note, Vito, thanks for the $50. Let's have a cowbell for Vito. And yet again, words have failed Walter Kern. Cancer sucks you all wrong. Thank you, Vito. Appreciate that. Richard Lee Pemberton says Brigitte Bardot has never had plastic surgery and still looks beautiful at 91. And she actually looks 91. I'm shocked to know she is still alive. That's good news, I suppose. Old Stoner, my argument is Israel is America. Stop your genocide, USA. That's right. J.P. Mingy, Laura Loomer looks like Billy the Puppet from the Saw movie. Yeah, everybody calls her Jigsaw. That's a common observation, but a good one. That's why it's a common one.
Yeah, I saved an article. I might do it later in the week about how, women are going to doctors and asking to look like that.
Mm-hmm. Look. All right, want to take some super chats?
Yes, sir. All right, Katrina Greshner. Find an attack dog that defends you. That's Walt defense, man. Hey, man, he knows a meal ticket when he sees one.
Oh, yeah.
Kuznetsky Bassane, MTG out, 10 million anti-Zionists created. You're right. You are right. It's not going to go well for these people down the line. And Taro Bang 5000, D's and R's can be described in one word. Odds my foot meth the foot. Yeah, the old Biden. Peter Monahan, Gator Pete. I am a dissident. Please clap.
Please clap for Gator Pete. Thank you, Pete.
Dead Muzan. Years of right-wing nationalism hating minorities just to be defeated and scared by a small country in the Middle East. You know. Charles H. Diop. Did you hear about the Shapiro Cars for Kids scam, sending money to Jewish summer camps instead of donating to children in need? Pretty scummy. I did not hear about that.
I haven't heard about that.
I did see something about how Daily Wire numbers are falling off a cliff. And you know what? More and more, and some people have said this. Remember how you were hearing Daily Wire was about to go bankrupt? They fired all this staff. So why are they still going? Somebody's giving them money. I wonder who. Peter Monahan, Gator Pete, just because you're the best, and tell Jezzy they are amazing. I think she goes by she, her pronouns. I don't think she's
thank you, Gator Pete. Let's have a cowbell for Gator Pete.
Yes,
thank you very much. It's very kind of you, sir. Thank you.
Salsa Boys, Hurwitz is on the service side of the glory wall. One more.
Yeah.
Race car. I feel sad about MTG resigning, but she out-lefted the left and out-righted the right. That's a good way to put it. That should be on her tombstone.
Yes, I out-lefted the left and I out-righted the rights. It's a way to live your life. All right,
Words
folks.
to live by.
We'll move right along. So, folks, when you do this for a living and you're a couple of schmucks like Russell and I, you can sometimes, if the subject matter is very highbrow and sophisticated and requires a lot of, knowledge and insight and research, you can get a certain imposter syndrome. But luckily there are segments like this, which we feel like we were born to do. To do. There is no imposter syndrome here. And I am talking, of course, about RFK's vile poetry to lover, published by her scorned ex. So these are more details from the Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Olivia Nuzzi affair, which destroyed Olivia Nuzzi's engagement to journalist Ryan Lizza. And so to get back at her a bit, and to get back at RFK a bit, he is publishing some excerpts from RFK's poems that he wrote to Nuzzi during their sort of virtual fling. The scorned ex-fiancé of Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s former lover has spilled the tea on the Health and Human Service
That's not all.
Secretary's penchant for self-penned erotic poetry. That's not all. Your open mouth awaiting my harvest. The scion of the Kennedy clan is alleged to have written to former New York Magazine star reporter Olivia Nuzzi, according to a new Substack article on the salacious saga published Saturday by Nuzzi's ex Ryan Lizza, himself a journalist formerly at Politico. Your open mouth. Your open mouth awaiting my harvest. That's how it starts. He goes on, drink from me, love. Kennedy is understood to have gone on in his poem to Nuzzi. I mean to squeeze your cheeks to force open your mouth. I'll hold your nose as you look up at me to encourage you to swallow. Don't spill a drop. I am a river.
Oh, no.
You are my canyon. I mean to flow through you. I mean to subdue you and tame you, my love. I am a river, you are my canyon. I'll hold your nose as you look up at me to encourage you to swallow. I'll hold your nose as you look up at me.
Oh, God.
You'll hold her nose. Listen. Lisa. Hold your nose. The fuck kind of shit is that?
I am not a church boy.
I'm not a church boy.
Well, you know what I feel like this guy probably knows a lot about.
That's an unusual
vaccines.
Yeah. I'll hold your nose as you look up at me.
The only known cure for Tylenol poisoning.
Yeah. Liza has titled Kennedy's ode to his ex-fiancée American Canyon. I like that's a good name.
Oh, this is a poem. This isn't just a dirty text.
No, it's a poem.
Oh my God.
It's a poem. No, he meant it as a performance. Yeah. While the former Politico reporter does not divulge how he obtained the poem, he says that it and many others too explicit to print. That was the clean one.
Wow.
That was the tamest one.
Wow, that was the 7 o'clock show.
I'm gonna hold your nose to encourage you to swallow. That's the PG-13 poem. Changed everything in his relationship with Nuzzi. It gets worse, folks. It gets worse to the point where I will put in, a little word of caution. If you are squeamish about certain scatological and sexual humor, you may want to, go to the bathroom and come back in 5-10 minutes.
There's the G.G. Allen tribute show. Right?
Yeah, right. Exactly. Thanks to Bobby, I am now aware of something called felching. Liza added Saturday. The Daily Beast has researched the term and urges readers not to do the same. Well, of course, we're going to research the term. I mean, professionals that we are.
Yes.
We will research the term. So it's
a tough job.
What is felching? What is felching? A term introduced to Ryan Liza by R.F. Kennedy, who was seducing his fiancée with poetry like this. So felching is a slang term for a sexual act that involves sucking or consuming semen from a partner's orifice, shall we say, after unprotected sex. The practice typically occurs after unprotected penetrative sex where ejaculation has occurred internally. The semen is then removed from the partner's orifice. According to the Urban Dictionary, you could either do this manually without any tools, or you could use a straw.
You could use like a straw.
You get a straw. Yeah.
Gonna be sick.
RFK Jr. doesn't just carry condoms in his wallet. He carries little bendy straws, little sippy straws. You never know when that opportunity to filch is going to come along.
I was able to get a hold of a few cases of plastic straws before they went to paper.
Yeah, right. Yeah, before they hit. That's why we're lobbying so hard to bring back plastic. Felching is considered a high-risk sexual practice for transmitting various infections because it involves contact with bodily fluids and potential fecal matter. Risks include HIV, other STDs, and look at that, hepatitis B and C. Hepatitis B. So before they give the baby the shot, they should ask if it... So let me ask, is the mother, is she a felcher? Is she a what? Felcher. Does she felch? What are you talking about? It's where you know.
Give me some time alone with the mother. We'll ascertain the situation.
Here, get this guy a ginger ale. Give him 2 straws.
How'd you go take a walk around the block?
Exactly. So that's felching. He's introduced him to felching. The whole sordid saga is back in the spotlight after Lizzo alleged in part 1 of his tell-all account that Nuzzi had not only cheated on him with Kennedy, but also with former South Carolina Republican Congressman Mark Sanford. Nuzzi,
Not a felcher.
not a felcher. Nuzzi, who has felching is illegal in South Carolina. Nuzzi.
That's one of the things that I'm trying to change as director at Health and Human Services.
It's a civil rights issue. It's a HIPAA issue, really. Nuzzi, who has now taken on a new post as West Coast editor at Vanity Fair, has meanwhile released extracts from her upcoming memoir, American Canto, in which she describes grappling with her desire for Kennedy amid concerns that a parasitic worm may have eaten parts of his brain.
It's like the fucking World Weekly News, but real.
It's fucking crazy. Her affair with Kennedy is understood to have begun while she was covering his ill-fated 2023 presidential campaign. Well, it wasn't so ill-fated. I mean, look where he is now.
Yeah,
She later acknowledged an emotional relationship with him, but said it was non-physical and that they did not affect her reporting. It was just felching poems back and forth. That's all it was. He never did anything beyond that.
I walked in on my uncle sucking his cum out of Marilyn's ass, and I was never able to get it out of my mind.
Yeah. After the news first broke, New York Magazine placed Nuzzi on leave before she and the outlet parted ways in October 2024. Lizzo had by that point already broken off their engagement. In October 2024, Nuzzi sought a protection order against Lizzo, alleging harassment and threats, though she later asked the court to drop the request. See, this is what I've been saying, and we're going to cover Mamdani and Trump next. But, I was telling Russell, I have a feeling this is a lot of why, Trump got along so well with Mamdani, is he must just have found it very refreshing to be around a normal person for a change,
Yeah.
I'm surprised he didn't, tell that, because, his cabinet is just one lunatic after another.
It's the fucking, it's the White House of misfit toys.
Of course, should have come up. It's about time I talked to someone normal like Zoran. I had Bobby in here the other day, wouldn't shut up about felching. All he wants to talk about is felching this, felching that. You know what felching is, Zoran? No, I've never heard of that. It's felching is when you come in a woman and then you suck it out of her with a straw.
That's I'm a little bit of a germ phobe.
Is that right, Mr. Brown? No, I don't do that. Yeah, no, you don't do that. See, you probably don't do that because that's not part. That's not in the religion. Yeah, that's not. Yeah, no, the Islam. That's one thing I love about Islam is that there's no felching. There's no felching. That's the one thing I give it to the Muslims. They don't felch. I don't have to worry about that with you, Zoran.
Oh, that's very nice.
One thing after another. No, Bobby goes on and on about felching, about Joe DiMaggio and Marilyn Monroe. He learned it from her or something. I don't know what happened, but he won't stop. He won't stop.
I can't even sleep in that bed up in the Lincoln bedroom anymore after he told me that story. That's where he was sucking it out over there from Maryland. He used to make Jackie watch. Could you imagine that?
Could you imagine that? This is what I have to deal with every day. I had Kash Patel come in yesterday, says he wants to arrest Bette Midler. I said, what for? He says, it's personal. I said, it's personal? What do you mean it's personal? He says, she ruined my life. I said, what are you, crazy? Bette Midler ruined your life? What are you talking about? He says, I really can't say how. I say, well, if you can't say how, we can't arrest the Cash. I'm sorry. He starts crying. He leaves the room. It's just this one thing after another with these people all day, every day. Finally, I get a normal person like Zoran to talk to. He can answer a question. I don't have to hold my breath. I don't have Elon climbing out of a K-hole wondering what he's going to say. I think that's a part of it. He's just when you're constantly surrounded. Because look, Donald Trump, yeah, he's born with a silver spoon in his mouth, but we all know the story of his upbringing. He grew up on construction sites. He knows the blue-collar language. And that's a big part of his success. So, he kind of, I think, has, and everybody who knows him, for the most part at least, even people who don't like him, like Keith Olbermann always said, interpersonally, he's very nice, he's very normal, he listens, he's a good listener, he's a good schmoozer.
That's what Bill Maher said?
That's what Bill Maher said, yeah. And so, he knows a normal person from a freak. He could tell the difference. He's got those kind of street smarts. And Zoran comes in, kind of a breath of fresh air, because this is what he's used to. The guy who felches, the man who felches, American Canyon, the poet.
I got gay Scott Bessent beating the shit out of Elon in the hallway. I'm trying to get work done. This guy comes in. He's a very nice, clean-cut young man. He's not punching anybody.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Exactly. So, yeah, I can't wait for the book. That'll be great. That'll be great. Apparently, there's more where this came from. This was just so. This isn't from Nuzzi. This is from Nuzzi's ex-fiance, who I guess called the engagement off once.
Yeah, well, I could see why.
Yeah, about the felching. Yeah, but then obviously, when the book comes out, I think there will be more. So we're looking forward to that. That makes our job easy. It's an easy one. Slam dunk. All right. Let's see. What do we got over here? Professor Brownode, cultural appropriation. It seems the star of David Dunn swastika journey. Ah, good one. Kenman, in fairness, some celebrities look fantastic with plastic surgery. It's all about degree and skill. Like who? I don't know anybody. I mean, unless it's not obvious they got it, then I guess you could say.
I mean, I guess Tom Cruise got away with it for a long time.
Oh, okay. All right. Interesting.
Now he's starting to look a little weird, but he still doesn't look weird like artificial. He looks weird like there's not enough plastic surgery in the world at this point.
Right. Right.
You know,
exactly.
He's just too damn old. Like there's, it's just not gonna look like he's 30 anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Let's take some super chats.
All right. Wasim Garani. Keaton, the two blue lines represent from the Nile to Euphrates River, not just Mediterranean.
Oh, there's a double meaning. All right.
They want it all.
Yeah.
They want it all. Because MTG becoming a Bernie bro was not on my big card. Is she a Bernie bro, though, really? She's certainly doesn't vote that way. Unemployed. That's something everybody wants to ignore. All right. Well, you want people to have affordable health care. Why'd you vote for the big, beautiful bill?
Right.
Mostly she talks shit, didn't actually do anything, except with the Epstein files, which is the thing they cared the most about.
Right.
Unemployed scholar. On November 29th, Uhuru will show film on 1982 tribunal, which charged U.S. with international law violations. Interesting. Where are they showing that?
I think they're probably showing it at their meeting, and maybe they're showing
right. Me shoot skeet super sticker. Thank you, man.
Thank you.
Charles 9363. RFK is a freak. I didn't need to hear that. No, who better to be in charge of health and human services than the Felcher? I mean, you would think after a lifetime of private school education, you could write a better poem about felching than that.
Yeah.
Meyer 37. Now we know why RFK Jr. talks the way he does. Yeah. It's probably what did it. He says it was a vaccine. It was probably some bear cum or something. No, you got a bad batch of bear cum. Noah Penland 88. What is it about AOC that you dislike, or is it the Democratic Party in general? And who would you vote for office if MTG and AOC were to run for POTUS? I mean, AOC is a really good example of what turns people off to the electoral process, because you get her in there and, she basically votes the party line. She'll vote for the arms appropriations bill. She'll vote for or abstain on the vote on the Iron Dome, right? I identified that as the moment that broke her. Some people think she was always CIA, which I'm not categorically saying is not true. But it seems to me that something happened to her that day, because she was never the same after that.
Right.
The way that she attacks Marjorie Taylor Greene in very bad faith, like not for the right reasons, for the wrong reasons, not standing up about Ukraine. We were talking about it earlier, man. There is no Thomas Massey or Marjorie Taylor Greene in the Democratic Party.
Right, exactly.
And people like AOC were elected to be that.
Right.
And they're not that.
Right. Exactly.
RA8582. This is for making me laugh so hard at the expense of RFK. I can't remember the last time I laughed this hard. Love you guys. Okay, so honestly, the genesis of that was I saw a screenshot of the poem, and I said, "All right, keep reading that. How can we go wrong?"
He sent it to me. He says, "Okay, you just have to read this in his voice. That's all you have to do." I said, all right.
That's the segment. That's the whole thing.
So I'll do it. That's it. Just read it.
And that was as good as I imagined it would be. Domark. Now you see why RFK obeys Israel. Can you imagine? Hey, we've said that for a long time, man. We've said that for a long time.
You can felch in peace.
Andy Gardner, 26. If you had a funniest segment of the year award, this RFK Jr. poem segment would take the top of the harvest. My goodness. Yeah, it would be the top of the harvest. Yes.
I felt gold to my ear.
and she liked that shit. She wasn't sure at first. She said afterwards, I may be able to forgive you for felching me, but I'll never be able to forgive you for felching my children.
Okay, what we got here? Let me take a couple more of these. We loaded some in. Raven Laz, RFK, please read in his voice. I have the immune system of a god. I swam in the Hudson and I eat ass. That's how come I never get sick. That's right. Thank you, Raven Laz. Appreciate that. Oh, boy. All right, let's do an ad read, shall we? Let's get that out of our system. So we continue with the rest of the show.
Okay.
All right. The Grifter's Bible is the mind-bending novel by El Shabooms. It's now a free weekly series on YouTube with a soundtrack by Monumental Sonic Architecture. In it, you follow the First Electric Church of Jesus Christ as they combine the bleeding edge of black patented neuroscience with the state-of-the-art in Michigas to beat the Great Recession. They sell visions of God to the huddled masses of Deep Ellum, Texas, and the money pours in until the local competition, the police, and the U.S. Navy decide to put a stop to it. There's ass-whoopings, car chases, and a showdown at high noon on Good Friday in Dodge City. It's sci-fi noir. It's a picaresque thriller. It's a Western from 10 minutes in the future. It's The Grifter's Bible. It's a film series by El Shabooms with a soundtrack by Monumental Sonic Architecture. New episodes are posted every Monday at youtube.com/@ElShabooms. It's Sunday night, which means tomorrow is Monday. So make sure you smash that subscribe button over there and check out the new episode tomorrow. All right. We will move right on along. We are well past the 666 by now. All right, let's move right on along, shall we?
All right. Hang on. Let me get one more video in there.
All right. Yeah, Russell did a lot of the heavy lifting for this show tonight. He told me, look, all you got to do is make fun of RFK's sucking cum out of someone's ass. And that's it. Your work is done. I'm like, all right, fine.
That's it.
You want me to do it? Done. It's a deal.
Right. All right. So I have, for the entire night, I have 2 more videos left. Should I do them, or will there be a break for me to do them?
What's that?
It's the Pasobic and the Stefanik. Like, will I have time?
Well, we'll just
like,
we just do
like,
a chat.
are we going to break before that?
We'll do it. I'll do an ad break. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Just got to find the ad text, but I'll get it.
Okay. All right. As you might have heard, our illustrious soon-to-be mayor of New York recently visited the White House, and a bromance of the ages ensued. But that's not what a lot of people were hoping for. Here's Rick Scott. Here's the new face of the Democrat Party, a literal communist on his way to the White House to be schooled by President Trump. Oh. Now, remember, Mamdani was on his way in the midst of having made a statement that a lot of the Zionists lost their minds about. There was a synagogue on the east side, the Park East Synagogue, that was having one of those illegal land sale kind of services, one of those special real estate Torah davening services. And Mamdani said, protesters showed up, and Mamdani, discouraged the from the river to the sea language, but also said the event is a violation of international law, that they should not be having in a synagogue. So Sid Rosenberg says here, totally unacceptable, but predictable. He hates America. He hates Israel. He hates the Constitution. He's a socialist, Marxist, communist, jihadist, terrorist sympathizer who was just handed power by stupid New Yorkers. Hopefully, my guy Donald Trump sets his radical ass straight. Well, not so much. It was a great honor meeting Zoran Mamdani, the new mayor of New York City. Truthed this out right after their meeting. And then this banger right in front of a painting of FDR. Wow. Wow. Now listen, man, I don't want to basically be the counterpart of the chuds of the Gunther Eaglemans. I love this shit. He owned them. But I'm sorry, man. As I will demonstrate in a clip, nobody really clipped this. But we're gonna take a look at Mamdani making a point of talking about how he brought up this painting and specifically asked Trump to take a picture in front of it. Look at Mamdani. That is an own. Yeah. That is an own. That is if you look at his face, that is a face that says, look what I got this stupid motherfucker to do. I can't believe I got him to take this picture. And the New York Post, not to be outdone. I love you, ma'am. Wow. Wow. The way you look at your crush versus the way you look at your ex.
Yeah.
Mamdani on top. And yeah, he never liked Elon.
He doesn't like anybody. He doesn't like anybody who surrounds him because they're all weird. Is what I said in the last segment. Right. I think he found the company of a normal person to be like very refreshing. That he could just relax.
I think that's an interesting insight. I think you're probably right. Yeah,
he's not used to being around normal people. He's used to being around these fucking lunatics.
Or maybe
every time they talk, he has to hold his breath that he's going to have to answer for something they say.
Yeah, take down the logo to get the full effect. Maybe he just likes Muslim men.
Yeah, right.
Is for the children. Find someone that looks at you like Trump looks and smiles at Muslim men.
Got along with the head chopper.
Really like them.
Yeah.
He seems to just get along with Muslims, man. My experience with Muslims is they're pretty mellow and they're pretty much never going to bring up felching.
Right.
That's pretty much never going to happen. I've never had a Muslim bring any shit like that up to me. I can't say what they do behind closed doors, but they don't talk about it. That's for sure. All right. So I put together my own cut of this meeting. So we're going to look at a few different sections, but right from the beginning, love was in the air.
Thank you very much. We've just had a great meeting, a really good, very productive meeting. We have one thing in common. We want this city of ours that we love to do very well. And I wanted to congratulate the mayor. He really ran an incredible race against a lot of smart people, starting with the early primaries against some very tough people, very smart people. And he beat them easily. And I congratulated him. But I just want to congratulate. I think you're going to have hopefully a really great mayor. The better he does, the happier I am, I will say. There's no difference in party. There's no difference in anything. And we're going to be helping him to make everybody's dream come true, having a strong and very safe New York. And congratulations, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Mr. Mamdani is a communist. Can you describe why you feel that way? And also, will you do anything to stop him from arresting Prime Minister Netanyahu if he visits New York?
Well, we didn't discuss your second part of the question. And on your first part, I mean, he's got views that are a little out there, but who knows? I mean, we're going to see what works, or he's going to change also. We all change. I changed a lot. From when I first came to office. It's now quite a while ago. It's quite a while. My first term was great. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. We're doing even better now. We're doing much better now than we did even the first term. And I can tell you that some of my views have changed. We had discussions on some things. I'm not going to discuss what they were, but that I feel very confident that he can do a very good job. I think he's going to be. I think he is going to surprise some conservative people, actually, and some very liberal people. He won't surprise them because they already like him.
I think you feel very, very strongly about peace.
It's like he's his son.
We desperately want it, and that's something that I shared with the president. That when I spoke to New York.
Yeah, no, I mean, clearly, for whatever reason, I think your theory is pretty sound. He clearly liked hanging out with Zohran Mamdani. Like, he clearly liked him. Now, with Trump, he does tend to take his cues from the last person he talked to. You know, tomorrow he could be, threatening to deport him. Who knows, man? But at this moment, I don't know that I've ever seen Trump this warm with anybody.
No, I've never seen
I can't
him get
think of
along.
anyone that he seemed to like that much.
No, even people who he purportedly likes, even people who he is allied with. I've never seen him this at ease around another person.
No, very, very warm. Don Jr., Eric, the fuck ups.
Yeah.
Without me, they'd be asking, you want fries with that? But this guy is a very smart young man, this one.
I think Don Jr. is a felcher. I saw him with a straw. He had this broad bent over the couch. He's got a straw. I thought they were, doing the, but no, now I don't think so. I think it was something else.
Now that I read those articles about Bobby, I'm starting to put it all together. It's starting to all
the
make
pieces
sense.
are all coming together, yeah.
We desperately want it, and that's something that I shared with the president, that when I spoke to New Yorkers who had voted for the president last November on Hillside Avenue and Fordham Road, I asked them why. I heard again and again two major reasons. One was that they wanted an end to forever wars. They wanted an end to the taxpayer dollars we had funding violations of human rights, and they wanted to address the cost of living crisis. And I appreciated the chance to discuss both of those things.
He said a lot of my voters actually voted for him, and
One in 10.
And I'm okay with that.
Address nowadays than you used to. But you used to call New York City home. Would you feel comfortable living in New York City under a Mamdani administration?
Yeah, I would. I really would. Especially after the meeting.
In
Absolutely.
fact, I'm moving back.
We agree on.
Listen, a lot of people think New York is weird. They should try living in this place with these fruitcakes. I'm surrounded by felchers and hysterical blondes. I would love to go back.
I'm moving into the Gracie Mansion. In fact, how many bedrooms you got in there? I think I'm going to move in.
He can live in the Trump Tower. I'll live in the Gracie Mansion.
A lot more than I would have thought. I think I want him to do a great job, and we'll help him do a great job. He may have different views, but in many ways, we were discussing when Bernie Sanders was out of the race, I picked up a lot of his votes, and people had no idea, because he was strong on not getting ripped off in trade and lots of the things that I've practiced and been very successful on. Tariffs, a lot of things. Bernie Sanders and I agreed on much more than people thought. And when he was put out of the race, I think quite unfairly, if you want to know the truth, many of the Bernie Sanders voters voted for me. And I felt very comfortable, frankly, in seeing that and saying that. And, it just turned out to be a statistical truth. But no, I feel very comfortable. I would feel very, very comfortable being in New York, and I think much more so after the meeting. Yes, please.
Okay, so that's
we were talking, and it seems like this transgender thing is it's not so bad. Not so bad. I might try it myself. I'm 80 years old. My penis has served me well. Had a lot of good times. Got me into some trouble for sure. Can't wait till you see those Epstein files. Got me into some trouble for sure. But hey, I mean, we were talking, and Zohran makes a good point. And I got to call Riley Gaines because my friend Zohran here was telling me she came in 5th place all along. I said, "What's that about? She came in 5th? I thought she came in 2nd. But no, there were 4 women that beat the male." So I don't know why is she so famous? Why is she on Fox News? I have to make a few phone calls.
I prefer swimmers who don't get beaten by trans men.
Yeah.
That's what I prefer. But now I'm saying maybe I could be a champion swimmer.
Yeah,
I'm starting to see the upside of this whole thing.
I texted her earlier. So my friend Zohran says you're a loser. What do you have to say about that?
Yeah,
come around.
She hasn't gotten back to me. She just said some shit about being a mom is her most important job and stuff. And I guess that's how she makes her living now. She says just platitudes. Platitudes, I think they call them.
Yeah.
All right. So, there's been a lot of consternation about this meeting from a lot of people. We'll get into that in detail later. But here, the genocide, the question of Israel committing a genocide, comes up with Zoran standing right next to the guy who has continued the Biden administration's enabling of that genocide. Let's see what he said when asked about it.
You accused the U.S. government of committing genocide in Gaza while President Trump was working on peace. Why that?
I've spoken about the Israeli government committing genocide, and I've spoken about our government funding it. And I shared with the president in our meeting about the concern that many New Yorkers have of wanting their tax dollars to go towards the benefit of New Yorkers and their ability to afford basic dignity. And what we see right now is we're in the 9th consecutive year of more than 100,000 school children being homeless in our city. And there's a desperate need not only for the following of human rights, but also the following through on the promises we've made New Yorkers. And I appreciated the meeting we had and the work that we can do.
Do you agree that President Trump did do a peace and worked hard to make the peace? Because he worked hard to do the peace in the Middle East and everywhere. Do you agree with that?
I appreciate all efforts towards peace, and I shared with President Trump that when I spoke to Trump voters on Hillside Avenue, including one of whom was a pharmacist that spoke about how President Trump's father actually went to that pharmacy not too far from Jamaica Estates, that people were tired of seeing our tax dollars fund endless wars. And I also believe that we have to follow through on the international human rights, and I know that still today those are being violated, and that continues to be work that has to be done no matter where we're speaking of.
He came out of...
All right, so I just want to point this out. And again, we're going to get into this in more detail in another clip. But that's called winning if you are pro-Palestine and you've been advocating that position for years and screaming it from the top of your lungs. You got the newly elected 34-year-old self-avowed Democratic Socialist Muslim mayor of New York City being greeted as warmly as can be by this right-wing president and being asked about Israel committing a genocide, saying calm as can be, chill as can be. Yeah, they're committing a genocide there, and we should stop funding it. Trump, nothing. Didn't say anything. No contradiction. Nothing. I watched the whole thing.
No,
didn't contradict him.
You know, you're right, Zoran. These Jews are a bitch. I tell you. Yeah, you don't know the half of it.
Miriam, you know, you until you've been pegged with the 12-incher, you don't know what you would do to avoid that. You don't know. No man knows until he's had that done to him.
He came out of nowhere. Would you start off at 1 or 2? And then I watched. I said, who is this guy? He was at 1. Then he was at 3, then he was at 5, then he was at 9. Then he went up to 17. I said, let's get a little bit interesting. And then all of a sudden he wins a primary that nobody expected he was going to win. It's a great tribute. I mean, it's an amazing thing that he did.
And I'll just add one thing to what the president said. Is one thing I also appreciated is in our meeting to appreciate a portrait of FDR and the incredible work that was done with the New Deal, and also in thinking about what it can look like when the federal government and New York City government work together to deliver on affordability. It can be transformative.
You know, we have a great portrait of FDR that I found in the vaults that was missing for years. I found it, and I put it up. He's a Democrat, to the best of my knowledge. He's a Democrat. And when the mayor saw that portrait, he said, "Sir, do you mind if I have a picture taken by that portrait?" It's an amazing portrait. I hope the picture comes out good. But it's an amazing portrait in the cabinet room. So he's a big fan of the New Deal, I guess, and of FDR. Yes, ma'am.
Better than the one of me bleeding all over the floor. That's what I wanted to put up there.
That's what most people want to take a picture with that one, but he wanted with FDR. I said, okay. I didn't see how this might be used to make me look ridiculous. I didn't consider that. So Michael F. Cannon here. In this photo is a socialist from New York. So well done. Good play. I'm sorry, man. You know, you can interpret it how you want. Zoran, to me, there looks like that is a troll. And if you combine it with the way he made a point of, he was very respectful for that entire presser. And then he jumps in. If I might just say, I asked the president about FDR, like, yo, that is an own. And again, I'm not one to play that game. I find it distasteful. Like, I don't just jump on. Oh, he owned it. This isn't owned, man. This was totally planned out, and he definitely won that round. So what's the aftermath? Here's Trump being asked about sending the National Guard to New York.
Do you still plan to deploy the National Guard to New York City?
If they need it. Right now, other places need it more, but if they need it, we had a very good meeting yesterday. We talked about that. But if they need it, I would do it.
Mr. President, are you willing to forgive?
Okay. Not only is he not sending the National Guard to New York after that meeting, he's dressing like Zoran. When you're crushing so hard, you start dressing like them. Look at that. Jesus. Jeez, I've never seen Trump in that outfit.
Yeah,
ever.
I was like, what the hell is he wearing?
Nothing even like that. Yeah, he's dressing up like Zoran, man. He is fucking into him.
He's in love. He's
into
smitten.
him.
He's smitten.
He's smitten. No, this is like when the parents start trying to be like their kids.
Yeah.
Right? I think he wants to be cool like Zoran. Look at him, man. Look at that shit. Jesus. So Mamdani was asked this morning on Meet the Press about his thoughts about Trump. We'll see it in a different clip, but he was asked about whether he thought Trump was a fascist, which he did not back off on, either next to Trump or the next morning on Meet the Press, or two mornings later.
Would be the ones to do so.
In that press conference with President Trump, a reporter asked you whether you believe that President Trump is in fact a fascist, a word that you've used in the past. You were about to answer, then President Trump sort of jumped in and he said, quote, "That's okay, you can just say yes. It's easier than explaining it." So, Mr. Mayor-elect, just to be very clear, do you think that President Trump is a fascist?
And after President Trump said that, I said yes. And
so you do.
And that's something that I've said in the past. I say it today. And I think what I appreciated about the conversation that I had with the president was that we were not shy about the places of disagreement, about the politics that has brought us to this moment. And we also wanted to focus on what it could look like to deliver on a shared analysis of an affordability crisis for New Yorkers.
You've also said in the past that President Trump has engaged in a, quote, attack on our democracy. You've called him a despot. Do you still believe President Trump is a threat to the democracy?
Everything that I've said in the past, I continue to believe. And that's the thing that I think is important in our politics, is that we don't shy away from where we have disagreements, but we understand what it is that brings us to that table. Because I'm not coming into the Oval Office to make a point or make a stand. I'm coming in there to deliver for New Yorkers. And a few weeks ago, I was asked by a reporter 3 words to describe myself. I said, New York City. And that's what animated that conversation. How do we deliver for the people of New York City?
I think that some of your supporters would be curious to know. You say you stand by your past statements that, yes, he's a threat to the democracy. How do you square working with someone who you still think is a threat to the democracy?
I think working for the people of New York City demands that you work with everyone and anyone, and that you always look to find those areas of agreement while not overlooking the places of disagreement. And I think this was something that came up in our meeting. We spoke about immigration. We spoke about the fact that in New York City, we have sanctuary city policies that allow for the city to work with the federal government on around 170 serious crimes. The concern for so many New Yorkers comes about anything beyond that. And I spoke about the importance of us being able to protect New Yorkers, and some of the incidents that we see, they do not do that.
You raised.
All right. So Mamdani went to Washington, said Israel is committing a genocide, standing next to Trump in the Oval Office in front of press. Said that he is a fascist, refused to back off on claiming he's a fascist, that he's a despot. However, got Trump basically to back off on the idea of sending the National Guard to New York. Had Trump singing his praises, even as he called him a fascist. Had Trump talk quite a bit about how he agrees with him on affordability. He likes his plans on housing. They agree on crime. A lot of people see this for some reason as a defeat for the left. Again, we will do a whole segment on that. But that looks like he did a pretty good job by most measurements. I mean, except the measurement that he should have gone kicked this guy in the face and invited the kind of withdrawal of federal funds that would impact no one more than the people that the left say they claim they care the most about. You want to add anything before I go on?
Well, do you want me to do that piece now? You seem to have queued it up, or no? Not yet.
No. Let's wait, because we'll have a whole segment for people to hate us for. All right. So a lot of reactions to this meeting. Trump, after having one conversation with Mamdani, reading the Quran and the Communist Manifesto. Aaron Mate, my takeaway from this meeting is that Zoran Mamdani is an exceptional politician and Chuck Schumer is not. Yeah, I'd say so. How happy is this guy today? MAGA for Mamdani. Now, of course, this was a very hard day for grifters. Like, how do you spin that meeting? How on earth do you spin that meeting? That was the worst thing to happen to MAGA since there are no victims and there are no Epstein files and there is no client list. I mean, this was a tough one to try to spin. This is pretty much what they came up with. MAGA voice. Just in, President Trump just posted a photo of his meeting with Zoran Mamdani. Democrats are losing their minds. Trump forced Mamdani to stand. That's not a thing, man. Everybody stands in those pressers. There are so many pictures of Elon standing in exactly that spot. And they don't bring a chair to sit next to the president in these pressers. They always stand. But that's what they came up with. Gunther, or the 16 people in Israel who handled that account. Mamdani did not turn up the volume, and he has officially did the thing leftists can't stand. He bent the knee. LMFAO. Yeah, he bent the knee. Do you think he's a fascist? Yeah. Wow. Now, Juanita Broderick, this is an interesting study. So she wasn't sure what the spin was supposed to be yet. I guess nobody knew yet. So, I don't care. Kami Mamdani is Satan. So she starts arguing with Daddy a little bit. But then she got her marching orders a few hours later. MAGA voice. Anyone else think Trump meeting with communist Zoran Mamdani was such a power move? Absolutely. Trump has the Democrats pulling their hair out. Look, man, I understand, man, getting sexually assaulted by Bubba. I can't speak to what that would do to you. But what about all of the women who have credibly given an account, just like you gave an account of getting sexually assaulted by Clinton, that they've been sexually assaulted by Trump? Do you not care about them? Do you not? Is only your victimhood important, and you're perfectly willing to support another perpetrator in your own self-interest? It's pretty gross, man. So what was the reaction from Trump land there? From Zio land, rather. Tally Goldshept. It's interesting how Trump is using this press conference to speak positively of Mamdani. It's also interesting how Mamdani's famous smile seems to be missing throughout this press conference. So they really went for the 4D chess analysis, the Zionists. That was the page they went on. So here's Lizzie Savetsky trying to spin that. One is playing checkers, the other is playing chess.
Finally got that stupid smile off Zoran Mamdani's face. I wonder how this meeting is resonating with all of those who voted for Zoran Mamdani. I'm sure they just love seeing him going to kiss President Trump's ring. He looks like a scared little child who is meeting the leader of the free world and is intimidated. What I know.
No, he was calm, cool, collected as a cucumber, and Trump looked like he was going to try to fuck him. That's what I think most people saw.
About President Trump is that he has been willing to meet with anyone, talk to anyone, even willing to work with anyone as long as they're willing to work with him. So I wouldn't read too much into this meeting. What I think is that if Zoran Mamdani does something that President Trump doesn't like, he's going to come down on him incredibly hard. Then he'll be able to say, well, I met with him and I gave him a chance and he turned. So I think this is all just part of the strategy.
Yeah, sure you do. Sure you do. She
Cha-ching.
really looks like a demon. She really does, man. It's kind of scary.
She looks like a sickly praying mantis. That's what I said before. That's what she looks. Looks like an unhealthy praying mantis.
All right, now this one, as our new friend Abby Air pointed out to me when I DM'd to apologize for confusing her. This woman really looks like a witch. Like she's really like a witch. So there's another one with the 4D chess, and very much like Savetsky, you have to really, really give credit to the idea that Israel wants anti-Semitism based on the influencers it promotes. Because if this is not a anti-Semitism bomb, this woman, I don't know what is.
Them drama. And now for the genius part. If New York succeeds, Mamdani will owe his success to Trump, the so-called fascist. And if New York will collapse, Mamdani will not be able to claim sabotage. He will not be able to blame Republicans. And he will not be able to use this victimhood narrative that the left survives on. You see, Trump took his entire narrative away from him in one meeting. So bottom line, Trump sent Mamdani back to his voters with no conflict. And conflict is what Mamdani needs to survive. Because the left lives on outrage, on oppression, on moral drama. They need someone to fight in order to survive. And it's so identical to what's happening in Gaza. On October 7th, when Hamas and the Palestinians broke into Israel, they knew they're not going to win, but they knew that Israel will retaliate. And this is how their narrative will survive, by making Israel the oppressors and them the victims. Anyway, Trump just removed the oppressed card from Mamdani's hand. Damn.
Shut up and get in the gingerbread house. What a sick cunt. Now, at least Laura Loomer, at least this is consistent. At least this is not copium. I'll give her that. Wild to allow a jihadist communist to stand behind the president's desk in the Oval Office. Sad to see. I respect that more than the, oh, he made him stand. Oh, he's playing chess. I mean, at least that's not copium.
She's got to get the Marjorie Taylor Greene treatment now. She hates Marjorie Taylor Greene so much.
Exactly.
She insulted his new bestie.
They're gonna wind up starting the Unview.
Yeah.
Sid Rosenberg, he kisses up to daddy, but he's not pleased either. I'm happy my friend Donald Trump enjoyed the mayor-elect yesterday. Nothing has changed for me. Nothing. As far as I'm concerned, Zora Mamdani is an enemy of the Jewish people, making him an enemy to me. Genocide, it's the synagogue's fault. Khalil is a good guy. Globalize the Intifada. Never said that. I didn't hear the little jihad take any of that back in the Oval Office yesterday. Yeah, that was, I'm telling you, that was the roughest day since they said nothing to see here with the Epstein files. Like, what do you do with that? They're trying. Oh, he owned him. He made him stand. Like, that's pretty weak tea. When the best you can come up with is to hope that the people who follow you are too stupid to know that everyone stands in those pressers except the president. That's, yeah, man, that's pretty desperate. That's pretty desperate.
Well, yeah.
Mamdani, whether you like him, don't like him, that was a major victory on every level. And Aaron said it very well. What does it tell you? He's a better politician than Chuck Schumer. It shows you what a capable politician would be able to do, because Trump survives on ego and flattery, right? And presumably Zoran gave him a lot of that, but at the same time didn't back off calling this guy a fascist, and he got away with it. Come on, man. You got to admire the skills.
Well, I mean, this is what this, what was accomplished, and you can see half of the equation in the MAGA reaction is, I won't say it normalized democratic socialism, but it took a lot of mileage out of those attacks that, people who call themselves socialists are somehow these threats, and they're scary, and they're un-American, and they're not to be trusted, and they're not to be reasoned with. That's the sort of like the attack on the socialists from the right. but it also kind of neutralizes the attack on the socialists from the neoliberals. Their attack on the socialists was, well, because what do we hear all 2016? Bernie, he's my way or the highway. He can never reach across the aisle. He can never get anything done. He can never compromise with anybody. Well, now you see, actually, Donald Trump gets along much better with the Muslim Islamo-communist than he does with, Chuck Schumer or anybody of that school, right? Adam Schiff, right? These are all very centrist, right-wing Zionist Democrats who Trump can't contain his hatred for. And yet here he's able to get along just fine with Zoran. So it went a long way to, I think, neutralizing both of those different attacks from each angle.
Yeah, Zoran is acting like a guy who's been elected to represent the interests of his voters, not like a guy who is trying to create clickable moments in order to get money from fundraising drives. Right. That's what a lot of this is. When Adam Schiff goes on, we got a smoking gun. He was lying. Right. There was no smoking gun. Russiagate. What's that for? It's for fundraising. It's for PR because these people have no intention of delivering anything for their voters. Right. How do you know a thing? By what it does. What did he do? Exactly what you would expect someone to do who's trying to walk out of there with the best deal for the people who just elected him to represent them. You want to neutralize this very powerful threat, right? He's going to withdraw funding. He's going to send troops into the city that you're about to take over. You got to charm him. So he did. He charmed him while still not backing off on calling what Israel's doing a genocide and calling him a fascist to his face. That's how much more total a victory could you have, diplomatically speaking. We'll see how it plays out.
Right. Okay. Just let me know where you're at. Do you need me to do a break now, or are you good to keep going?
I mean, I can do the next part of this. Eventually, I'm going to need a break to
all right, we'll do the next part. Just let me know when you need the ad break, and we'll do that.
Okay. All right. All right. So this we wanted to do separately because it really brings up a lot of the issues. Obviously, we kind of had a little fun at MAGA influencers or patriots expense. But of course, there's been a lot of conversation coming from the left about this meeting and what it means. And this is the question where it really came up. They asked Mamdani about this vote against socialism that had just happened in the Congress before this meeting.
And it's a shame.
What happened this President? I want to ask the mayor-elect about a House resolution just passed overwhelmingly to condemn socialism, including with 86 Democrats, all of House Dem leadership, and the minority leader, Hakeem Jeffries, despite his endorsement of you. What's your reaction to that?
I have to be honest with you, I focused very little on resolutions. Frankly, I've been focusing...
Socialism.
I understand. I think the focus is on the work at hand. I can tell you I am someone who is a democratic socialist. I've been very open about that. And I know there might be differences about ideology, but the place of agreement is the work that needs to be done to make New York City affordable. That's what I look forward to.
And I want to clarify your answer to Stephen Nelson. He asked about your comment calling the president a fascist. And your answer was, both President Trump and I have been clear about our positions and our views. Are you affirming that you think President Trump is a fascist?
I've spoken about...
That's okay. You can just say yes.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's easier. It's easier than explaining it. I don't mind.
It's okay. I don't mind.
It's okay. I don't mind. Yeah, just say yes. It's good.
Okay, so this vote.
Where'd you get that tie, by the way? I love that tie, so I should start wearing blue ties. I wear red ties. I need to change. I just start wearing blue ties.
I really like that outfit. What were you wearing? Maroon? I'm going to talk to the White House tailor. I want to dress like that tomorrow. All right. So the vote that they're talking about, they had a resolution against socialism. So the Republicans voted against it unanimously. Honestly, I'm a little surprised that a slight majority of Democrats voted against the resolution. Slight majority, but a majority, 98 to 86. So Adam Parkhomenko put this up. The day after House Republicans vote to denounce socialism, Trump endorses Mamdani. I mean, more or less did. Republicans are all over the place, and Trump is very good at humiliating them. Also, Trump is more comfortable at waist height. Happy about that's what Bubba said.
Yeah.
But okay, so Talia Jane, there's a little more to the point of the segment. Democratic New York reps who voted yes on an outlandish resolution from fascist nutbag Elise Stefanik denouncing the horrors of socialism. And Fat Randy Fine presided over this vote, by the way. So one name you'll see there is Hakeem Jeffries. Another one is Bitchy Torres. No surprise there. So there's been a lot of questions about Zoran not backing Hakeem Jeffries' primary challenger. A lot of people are pointing to this as more evidence of why he should be backing a primary challenge. So let's just take a look at where he said this isn't the time.
Your election has created a lot of buzz. Now that the midterms are underway, that seems to be the focus, but your name is still being dragged into the midterms, right? Let me talk about Hakeem Jeffries for a moment, who now may face a challenge from Chi Osei, who is a member of the DSA. You said that there are local issues that Mr. Osei should be focused on, maybe should remain a councilman. Are you saying he should not run against Hakeem Jeffries?
No, I'm saying that I think the focus should be right here on New York City. I respect the work that Councilmember Osei has done in the council.
But what does that mean? Should he not run?
I think that right now is not the time to be engaging in that kind of a primary. I think the focus should be on delivering on this affordability agenda.
And what do you make of?
Okay. All right, so this is power to the people here. Hakeem Jeffries just led a group of 86 House Democrats to vote for a GOP resolution to condemn socialism. This is who Mamdani and AOC are trying to protect from a primary. How many more times do Democrats need to sell you out before you realize they are not our allies? Okay, and so then, just I think yesterday, the DSA voted not to recommend endorsing their working group, voted not to recommend endorsing Chi Osei's congressional run. Total of 1,205 DSA members voted, with 555 voting to recommend and 626 voting against. Now, according to what a lot of DSA members say, they were sketchy on him to begin with because it seemed a little opportunistic on his part to join the DSA. He joined pretty recently, seemingly specifically to get that endorsement. This is Zaid Jelani's take. Mamdani is shielding Jeffries from a primary, probably because Jeffries endorsed him like he asked. Classic
Obviously,
political move, and shows Mamdani is shrewd. You know, I've got another reason in addition. Who is this guy? Who is, okay, so you want to argue that Hakeem Jeffries, who, yeah, I mean, he's about as bad as it gets. He's a ridiculous choice for the leader of the party in the House. He's terrible. He's like a black hole of charisma. He's just absolutely awful, both ideologically and just in terms of his political skills. But who's this guy? Who's this guy? Is this some fiery rebel? No, actually, he was a Kamala, creator for Kamala.
Councilmember Chi Osei, and 6 months ago, I was asked to be a delegate for Biden, and I declined. I knew for 100 reasons he wasn't the guy. But now I'm here not as a delegate, but as an official creator for Kamala, doing everything I can to help beat Trump. Trump and J.D. Vance will be nothing but destructive for our country. Abortion access, healthcare, climate, the economy, it's obvious that she's better than Trump. And yes, she'll be better on Palestine than Biden, and a world's better than Trump. She came out for a ceasefire while the Biden administration was refusing to. She snubbed Bibi Netanyahu's speech to Congress.
Oh, wow.
She literally promised that there would be absolutely no curtailing of weapons to Israel. She emphatically promised that.
Congress this summer. And now her DNC is hosting a first historical panel on Palestinian liberation and human rights. And we need to see so much more. And we've only made this progress because of pro-Palestinian activism and the uncommitted movement. And that shows that she can be moved. Biden wouldn't budge. Trump would take us backwards. Kamala is our only chance forward. A lot of us were unhappy with Joe Biden. But on January 20th, 2025, he won't be president anymore. Up to us is who will be.
All right, so let me get this straight. You think AOC is full of shit? Rightly so. You think Bernie is full of shit? Rightly so. You don't think this guy is full of shit? This guy's not full of shit? This is the guy that Mamdani should stick his neck out to back in a primary against Jeffries? If you would back this guy in a primary, who would you not back in a primary? Could you just run Hakeem Jeffries against Jeffries and you'd back them because they're running a primary against Jeffries? Why would you back this guy? And Keaton, you made a good point earlier. If he did back this guy, they'd be showing that video.
Right. If he had said, yeah, I want Chiose to primary him, then they'd be showing this video, say this is the guy we backed, right?
Look at this.
Now,
This is who he gets behind. Let me just show that other video, and then we'll go to that. Okay, so I think Mamdani is creating a lot of consternation and a lot of confusion among the famously fractious circular firing squad legions of the left. No more so than amongst people who are perhaps Marxist, Leninist, Trotskyist, among those factions and their various splinter groups. There's a video that was shared out by Carsey Blanton that explains some of the history of united fronts and the fact that actually united fronts have historically been supported by Marxists.
He has it. A dozen socialist, communist, anarchist, labor groups, each with relatively only small differences. But they spend more energy fighting each other than fighting capitalism. Or now, fascists. The ruling class knows this. For 100 years, they've worked to keep us divided. But Marxists had an answer. It's called the United Front. The United Front is a tactic in which two or more subjects, especially political parties, collaborate against a common enemy or for any agreed objective, without giving up their differences. The idea of a united front wasn't born in Moscow. It came from Germany. In 1920, after a right-wing coup was stopped by a general strike, communists like Clara Zetkin argued workers could only move forward if their parties acted together. In Stuttgart, metalworkers passed a resolution for demands shared by all workers: cheaper food, taxing the rich, arming workers against fascist gangs, and in January 1921, the German Communist Party issued an open letter calling for all workers' parties to unite in action. Lenin backed it, and by the end of 1921, the Communist International adopted the United Front as official policy. And in history, we see both the cost of disunity and the power of unity. In Germany in the early 30s, communists and social democrats failed to unite. Hitler took power, and many communists warned that this failure opened the door to fascism. But in France in 1936, communists, socialists, and unions built a popular front. They won paid holidays, the 40-hour week, and stopped fascist coups. Our enemies knew the power of a united front, and they spent decades trying to break it. The CIA's Cultural Front, the Congress for Cultural Freedom, funded magazines, conferences, and intellectuals to isolate communists and communist ideas. Plus, the FBI's COUNTELPRO openly targeted the Communist Party, Socialist Workers' Party, Black Panthers, and others, stating its purpose is to expose, disrupt, misdirect, discredit, or otherwise neutralize the activities. So essentially, the US poured money into dividing the left, elevating safe voices, and destroying revolutionary ones, which they still do today with the same tactics. And unity doesn't mean erasing our differences, it means acting together against a common enemy. As Clara Zetkin said in 1923, before this compelling historical necessity, all inhibiting and dividing political, trade union, religious, and ideological opinions must take a back seat. And the more we go to the masses, the more necessary it is for the Communist Party to be organizationally and ideologically unified. From all this, we can draw 3 actionable points. When danger is real, like with fascism or capitalist crisis, we need to prioritize the shared threat over internal splits. We need to build campaigns around clear demands that everyone agrees on. And of course, to maintain clarity of identity and principle.
Okay. Which he goes on, unity in action doesn't mean erasing disagreements, but not letting them block collective struggle. Okay, so I think particularly this machine exacerbates this tendency because the algorithm prefers screaming and hot takes and conflict and division. It's really, I've described it this way before, it's a panopticon. And really the way that we maintain the prison is by attacking everybody over small differences, something that, the left has always been famous for. Going back to that Frederick Douglass quote, I'll join with anyone to do good. I don't see what's productive about tearing down a figure like Mamdani to the point that you can't work with him on things that you might agree with. Criticize him where you don't agree with him, just like you do with Thomas Massey or Marjorie Taylor Greene or any of these other figures that very often people on the left are more sympathetic to than figures like Mamdani. Where you don't agree with them, like with Jessica Tisch, certainly we don't agree with keeping her on as police commissioner. You say something about it, but what? So when he tries to open these public grocery stores and you have Bill Ackman pouring billions of dollars into a campaign against him, what do you want to do as a leftist? You want to help Bill Ackman to make sure that doesn't happen? If what is really honestly motivating you is that you don't want anyone to make things better because you have an accelerationist agenda and you want to see societal collapse because you believe with no evidence that that's more likely to lead to communism than fascism, own it and make that argument. Don't argue that attacking this guy every time he blows his nose overall for his existence as a politician, not for a policy, that I agree, we do that, but just attacking him, giving him no credit for anything that he does. If that's what you're doing, you've completely lost the political purpose of helping people. At that point, your political project is purely about theory. And that's probably why we constantly, whenever we do a segment like this, we have a lot of people come at us and tell us what theory we have to read. Well, that's your fucking problem, man. That's your problem. You're so caught up in theory, you forgot who the theory is supposed to be for. I never have anybody come to us and send us an email telling us about the food drive that they organized. They never come at us and tell us about the labor action that they organized. They come at us and tell us about the book you got to read. Well, get your head out of the books and go walk through the housing projects. And maybe you will understand why somebody wanting to freeze the rent is important and significant if you pay fucking rent. And that is a good segue into what you wanted to get into.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'll get into that right now, and then I'll say a couple other things. So, one of the things that was really interesting when you looked at the data of the vote in New York was that almost all of these, what do they call them, crosstabs, are blue for Mamdani, and then purple are the ones that Cuomo won. One of the only demographics that Cuomo actually beat Mamdani in was among people who live in subsidized or public housing. Now, that is kind of counterintuitive, right? You might not assume that, because why would the socialists be least popular with the poorest people who live in subsidized or public housing? Well, I said this when we covered the segment. The answer is quite
not to break your flow. Harlem, man, you had the most Cuomo support that I saw in the city was in Harlem, where I live.
Yeah, well, especially when it comes to subsidized and public housing, the answer for why Cuomo won that vote is quite obvious. In fact, it had a lot to do with why Mamdani met with Donald Trump, because in the run-up to the vote, Donald Trump was threatening to essentially defund New York City if the communists won. And so people who are at the lowest rung of the economic ladder, who are relying on that federal funding, literally, to keep a roof over their head, thought, you know what, Mamdani is too risky, right? It's not that Mamdani's policies are worse than Andrew Cuomo, obviously. It's that Mamdani is too risky. He's going to make too much trouble. He's going to incur the wrath of this right-wing fascist president who's going to cut off funding to New York City as retaliation and in an act of sabotage against a quote-unquote communist mayor, right? And we're not going to have a roof over our head. And so as down and out as we are, as precarious as our situation is, we actually have too much to lose by taking a chance on Mamdani. So they voted for Andrew Cuomo. Now, if you're Zoran Mamdani and you win the mayorship, you're now responsible for these people. You now have to represent these people, which means it is your job to do everything you can to keep those federal dollars coming in so that these people don't go homeless. And so if that involves taking a meeting with Donald Trump and schmoozing him and charming him, if that's what it's going to take to keep this guy off your ass for a little while, even if it's only for a little while, because you never know. Donald Trump is a very unprincipled person.
Right.
He could turn on him in a few weeks.
Sure.
Right? You never really know.
Turn on him tomorrow.
Right. He could turn on him at any time. You have a responsibility to try your best to make sure that this doesn't happen. And so he had to take the meeting. He had to go. Why did Kim Jong-un take a meeting with Trump? Kim Jong-un didn't take a meeting with Donald Trump because he loves Donald Trump. He took a meeting to avoid a war with Donald Trump. That's why Kim Jong-un met with Donald Trump. And what did he do? He flattered him. He schmoozed him to avoid a war, right? Donald Trump cutting off federal funding to New York is an economic act of war against the poorest people of New York City. And if you represent them, you have a responsibility to try and make peace so that they are not the casualties of that economic war. It's really as simple as that. Like, his responsibility is to New York. And for people, the other thing people have to understand is New York City is 8.5 million people. Most states in America don't have 8.5 million people in them. Being elected mayor of New York, that's like being elected governor of Virginia. Virginia has about 8.5 million people in it. So if you're elected governor of Virginia and the president's threatening to defund your state, no housing assistance, no healthcare assistance, no nothing, and you get elected, you don't think it's your responsibility to take a meeting to try and de-escalate for the protection of your people? Of course it is. And this speaks to something philosophically that I think the left is very uncomfortable dealing with because they're not used to having to deal with it. When you're not usually in power, you don't have anything to lose. You're not responsible for anything when you're not in power. You don't have anything to protect when you're not in power. But when you're in power, now you have people who are relying on you for protection. And if you did, as some may have wanted him to do, to either snub Donald Trump or antagonize Donald Trump right out of the gate, and Donald Trump defunded New York and those people in subsidized or public housing got thrown out of their homes, went homeless, had to leave the city. What do you think they're going to do? Do you think they're going to take that? Do you think the takeaway from that is that, well, this is why we have to join the leftist revolution to overthrow capitalism?
Yeah.
No, it's going to be the exact opposite. They're going to say, this is why we weren't really big on Mamdani. This is why we didn't really trust him. And this is why we will never trust the left with any power ever again, because they are more concerned with cosplay revolution than they are with keeping a roof over my head. That's the lesson that they glean if you go in and you chest pound. So on the question of should he have taken the meeting and should he have handled the meeting the way he did, obviously, yes, on both counts. To me, that's not even a question. You're the executive of a city you're the chief executive of a city with 8.5 million people in it. That is a huge responsibility. It is. As for all this other stuff, I mean, look, Hakeem Jeffries, yeah, he said it's not the right time to primary him. He said in Meet the Press that he would support Hakeem Jeffries for Speaker of the House if the Democrats take the House. Now, Hakeem Jeffries, as corporate a Democrat as they come, as in the pocket of AIPAC as they come, you can hate that. I do hate that. You know what? I also expect that. I feel like there's a dynamic here where we're kind of talking past each other a bit. Where like the people who are keen to just trash Mamdani every second of every day feel like somehow Russ and I, or people like Russ and myself, are putting him on a pedestal as if he's a revolutionary. No, he's not a revolutionary.
No.
There's a bit of a straw man dynamic going on here where people are saying, well, you got played. I got played how? How did I get played? What were my expectations for this guy? Saying I got played is implying that I thought this guy was going to come in and scream, Stalin is based, Trots are fags, and the Jews who feel unsafe can go fuck themselves. I never expected him to say that. Why would I expect him to say that? He's a politician. I expect a politician to return the favor that another politician does him. So when Hakeem Jeffries gives him a tacit endorsement ahead of the vote, I expected that Mamdani would return the favor and say, no, I support Leader Jeffries for the speakership. I expected him to do that. I don't like that he does that. That's why I wasn't out there telling people knock on doors for this guy, go to the match for this guy, volunteer.
That's why I didn't do it myself.
Right, because those kinds of devil's bargains are baked in the cake. We already knew that was going to happen. So who exactly is getting played here? It's an imaginary person that you have concocted in your mind as a convenient straw man so that you can make your argument about how nothing about this mayorship is a project worth investing in at all. There is no one, I won't say no one, because every charismatic politician has their cult followers, right?
Right.
So I'm sure he has his, just like Obama had his, just like Trump has his. But I don't encounter any of these people. Literally, I'm not bullshitting. I don't encounter anybody on X thinking that this guy is a revolutionary, that this guy is a threat to global capitalism or a threat to imperialism or a threat to Zionism. I think the sentiment that I see most prevalent is that this is a politician who was decidedly better than all of the people he was running against, and for all of his faults, is the biggest opportunity for the left to flex some power and some legitimacy that we've had in a very long time. And you just saw that take place in the Oval Office, where Donald Trump essentially validated democratic socialism. Now you say, well, I'm not a democratic socialist. That's a fundamentally different worldview from my own. Well, that's totally fair. And that's why I'm not putting him on a pedestal, right? But the point is, you have to be able to bank some wins in order to beget more wins. Wins beget wins. Power begets power. And I just don't see the efficacy in drowning this project in the bathtub, because he's made some very predictable moves that we could expect any politician in his position to make. And that doesn't mean I like them. It just means that's what I expect, right? There seems once again, there seems to be this mismatch in terms of how the real detractors view our view of him, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
They seem to be misrepresenting the way people like us think of him, right? To say we're getting played by him is to assume that we think he's Che Guevara. No, he's a politician. That's all he is.
The People's Front of Judea, splitters. We're the People's Front of Judea.
That's it. That's it.
Yeah, it's very much that. Look, I mean, this is why I liked that video from the young lady that I shared. You can have your view. You can have your opinion. I would never say, well, you know what, man? You got to become a Democrat. It's where the action. We're not.
No, of course.
Let your freak flag, hammer and sickle flag fly, man. Do whatever the fuck. But look at the right. They try to claim a win even when they lost. The left tries to claim a loss even when they won.
Right.
Fucking got a Muslim mayor elected to the most Zionist city in the country who emphatically refused to endorse the Zionist project, even when political calculation would have dictated he probably should fudge it or dance around about it the way a Chris Murphy would. Kind of Chris Van Hollen, I'm thinking of. I believe in their right to exist, but this is wrong. He didn't do that. He didn't do that. Take the fucking win and criticize what you don't like. Nobody who is not severely psychologically and emotionally damaged wants to join a movement that's all about declaring its own impotence, ineffectiveness, and failure.
Right. Right. Yes. I think that is very well put. I think that is very well put. And I think the biggest point of this is that you have to think, if once again, I think when you have power, that comes with responsibility to protect what people have, right? So, and if you don't, they hold that against you and you lose power.
Yes.
You lose power and you lose legitimacy for generations. And that is a real risk. And I think that, there are a lot of people on the left who assume that everyone has nothing to lose. People always have something to lose.
Right.
People always have something to lose. Things can always get worse for you. You could always lose the roof over your head. You could always lose your access to food. We saw that with these federal SNAP benefit cuts.
All right.
You can lose your family if you get locked up and go to jail. Right? You can lose your community. And this is a bigger, more philosophical conversation where, this is too much for tonight. But, I think the left also really has to sort of speak that language of community and family and transcendence in general, right? I think the left has to find a way, just like the right does. I mean, this is why that church shit is very effective for them, and I'm not advocating that, obviously. I'm not here to preach the gospel. But the right's emphasis on family and religion, the reason that's important is because it grounds their base in a way that sets the stakes, right? It sets the stakes for the movement, right? Because now everybody in your movement has something to live for, right? Which means you have something to protect and something to strive for. But I think this assumption that we're ready for revolution, well, that is an assumption that the population has nothing to lose. And the only reason you would think that the population has nothing to lose is if you don't place any value on the transcendent. You don't place any value in people's sense of fulfillment that transcends their material reality, which is a real thing. Why do you think Bernie couldn't win Southern black voters? Because you're talking about a particularly immiserated population in extreme poverty. James Clyburn's district is a food desert. And yet they vote for James Clyburn over and over again. And not only do they vote for him, they vote for whoever he tells them to. Why? Is it because this is the cynical line? Is, well, they're stupid and they're ignorant and they don't know better. No, what they know is that what little they have is precious, and flamethrowers like Bernie Sanders are too reckless, and they're going to endanger what they already have, and they're going to invite the wrath of the right wing who's going to decimate them entirely. And so I think people have to take that very seriously. Otherwise, you're just never going to climb that ladder. You're just never going to build power if you don't start taking those concerns a lot more seriously than a lot on the left want to, because I think a lot of people on the left feel like the more conditions deteriorate, the more that desperation gets translated into revolutionary energy. I don't see that. I don't see that happening. That has not been the lesson of these last 10 years or so, and I don't see any reason to think that that's right around the corner.
Well, this is part of why I think the left gets so caught up in its books of theory. It takes the place of religion.
Right.
It takes the place of Christianity amongst many pockets of the right. Theory becomes the gospel. It becomes the doctrine. It becomes the thing you have to learn. It becomes the thing to build community around. But in the process of that, and again, I think organizing so much online has exacerbated this, the left has lost connection to the real lives of real people, man. When so much of it is this, you're not, and this isn't true of everybody, man. You got some people who are doing mutual aid. Revolutionary Blackout Network goes out there in the community.
Of course, sure.
But a lot of people on the left don't, man, and they don't see what is at stake for a lot of these people. It's very cavalier to say, yeah, Mamdani should have gone in there with a 2x4 and smacked Trump upside the head, man.
Well, yeah,
But
that's the hot take, right?
That's
a take that gets people riled up.
That is the hot take. You
Right.
got people living in housing projects that are already dilapidated,
Right.
that need that federal funding, man. You got people who need that food aid that's not going to come if he does something like that. It is very easy to say things like that when you don't have power, you're not close to power, you never had any meaningful power, you have no clear path to get power. You can say whatever the fuck you want. This guy is the mayor. I'll be honest. If I were the mayor, I would have done exactly what he did. I mean, probably not as well. I mean, definitely not as well.
No, I would have fucked it up. I would have totally fucked it up.
But yeah, man, that was, if you care about the people who elected you, if you see your responsibility as an elected official to serve the people who elected you, not to serve some abstract theoretical revolution that there is no real organizational force behind that could actually effectuate it, even if he did believe in that, then yeah, man, he should go tell him to go fuck himself, and other people should suffer the consequences. But if you see your job as being the mayor of New York, which elected you, everything he's doing pretty much from a political strategic point of view, not necessarily from my political bias, from a strategic point of view, everything he's been doing has been as well thought out as his campaign was.
Yeah, I mean, look, like I said, there are definite missteps that he's made, and I think that the Jeffries thing is terrible, but it's terrible in a way that I totally expected he would be. Like, I never expected to give the guy an A.
Well, you made this
if
point.
If I give him a B-, I'd be thrilled with a B-, because that's more than I would expect. Like,
yeah,
I'm not.
but I'm talking about the politics of it. Okay, you made this point, and you're right. He fucks this up. See, this is the irony, man. The same left that is attacking him is very dependent on the success of this project.
Well, yeah, obviously.
Because if it fails, good luck recruiting for your thing.
Well, this is the thing, and this is the big thing. I mean, this is the
guy
real
branded
big
a communist. How do you think that's going to go for communist recruiting if New York goes up in flames?
No, the big picture is that if you are on the left, whether you like Mamdani or not, whether you're happy he won or not, you are kind of stuck with him now. Because if this goes up in smoke, then this will be the example that everyone points to as to why you can never trust the left with power. Just like George McGovern in 1972, when he lost 49 states, you still can't get anybody to the left of Joe Biden through a primary because of that, right? So if you fail that hard...
did you say George Wallace? I think you meant George McGovern.
No, I said George McGovern. Yeah.
Did you say McGovern?
Yeah. Yeah. So if that's the example you want set, then I guess you can root for his defeat. Now, if you're saying, well, we just don't want to go that route, right? We just want revolution. Well, you know who wants you to start that revolution tomorrow? Stephen Miller,
Stephen Miller,
Elon Musk, Alex Karp. They're ready for you. They are ready and waiting for you. This is the other thing. You didn't see after the Charlie Kirk assassination how ready the people in power are for the left to get ornery, shall we say, here in East Berlin. They want it. There's a reason they call the left violent, is because they want the left to be violent. They want you to get violent so they can crush you and kill you or throw you in a dungeon. That's what's going to happen if you try and do things all at once. Right? You want to cosplay Che Guevara? That's where you're going to end up. You're going to end up dead or in a dungeon. That's what's going to happen, realistically. The work of doing this is long and hard. You probably need 30, 40 years of union density before you could even talk about a general strike that's going to do anything, honestly, much less anything beyond that. And I think to lose sight of that is just masturbatory. It is. It's not attached to reality. All right. Why don't we move on? Let's take some super chats.
I told you it needed to be a separate clip.
Yeah, it's all right. Okay, let's take some super chats and Rumble rants here. I contracted anti-Semitism from filching Maha forever. Thank you, Kidwood. Appreciate that. Healing Tarzan. Zoran's cordial meeting with Zoran might have been disconcerting for us on the left, but at least we could take comfort knowing it made Laura Loomer shoot steam out of her neck bolts. Thank you. Raven Laz. You guys remember how Hulk Hogan used to tell kids to say your prayers and take your vitamins? Well, RFK Jr. is going to tell kids to swim in a toxic river and eat some ass. Thank you. Bunny Ripley. Kyle Dunnigan does RFK singing Christmas carols. So funny. Oh, that'd be interesting. Raven Laz, Trump voice. After reading that article, no wonder Bobby's breath always smells like shit. He's over there tongue punching some broad smart box half the time. Thanks, Raven Laz. Furrow Squeen says, each week I love you both equally. This week I just love Russell's laugh. It's cheered me up and just sounds like pure fun and filth at the same time. Russell wins this week, but you're a close second, Keaton. Thank you. Victor Sakopoulos, attacking RFK for felching is a straw man argument. Thank you. Brown note, is Trump a felchist? Thank you. Appreciate that. All right, you guys, you got to load some videos in, right?
Yeah.
All right. Let me go to an ad while we do that. So, hey, folks, this is, sorry. Here we go. This album that I want to tell you about is a follow-up to Dogmatics by a Bard and a Guitar. It's called Love Songs to My Favorite Politicians, and it's a music comedy album inspired by the 2024 election. It features Red versus Blue, a pop-punk jam that explores the two parties, the people who look to them for answers, the commentators who cheerlead for them, and the ones who are caught in the middle. Yeshua, a pop song that argues that Jesus was possibly a commie libertarian. One Asshole, Two Cheeks, a romantic ballad, a love letter to Trump and Obama. Naturally Born Killers, a jazzy track about baby killers. Well, not babies that kill, but killers of babies. Econ 101, a hip-hop verse about economics, and more. Find Love Songs to My Favorite Politicians by a Bard and a Guitar on most streaming services or YouTube. If interested, you can also go to a link that we built for Bard and a Guitar called dudissidents.com/Bard that takes you to a link to all of the social Spotify, the YouTube channel and Apple Music. So you can find that wherever you download music. All righty. You got what you need there?
I got what I need.
All right. Why don't we take some super chats first?
All right. Eric Maines. Your candidates get ruined by appetite for a TG
for Thanksgiving for 4 days. Oh my God.
On plus side, I will be drinking heavily and laughing my ass off replaying this over the holiday with family. See, I knew that was.
You're gonna play that with family over the holiday? Well, you're gonna ruin everybody's appetite. It's a way to save on food.
Seriously, man. Like I honestly was a little like, ugh, during that segment. David said, Tucci, my contribution to the DD RFK Jr. poetry reading evening. We should really see, if you live down here, we would do the best pranks, man. Like, we would totally go to a poetry reading and have you do that. Garciaism. I was introduced to felching in a movie featuring Dingle the Clown. And at the end, he said, Dingle eats with dingleberries. Oh, no. Best and worst audience ever. Yeah. Andrew McDonough. I was eating during the last Asked segment.
Yeah,
man.
Sorry about that.
Sorry.
Well, I warned you.
You were warned. Richard Canuck. Who else besides Tish was Mamdani considering for police commissioner? I don't think any other names came up.
What's the other thing? Like,
it's a political move.
Yeah.
And we'll see if she keeps the job beyond him telling her not to beat up student protesters.
Yeah, exactly.
Rock McDonald. Absolutely dying at the RFK poetry. Nick Swartzen once said, your mouth is in my toilet when imitating someone, and it's very reminiscent. Shakespeare. Yep, that was Shakespeare.
Oh, you gotta let me do this one. This is my guy.
Oh, go ahead.
Graham Plattner here. I just learned what this felching thing is. Turned out we did it in Abu Ghraib, so that's cool. Anyway, Graham Plattner signing off. There you go.
Yeah. Okay.
Where's he? He's leaving us hanging.
Yeah, we haven't been
We're
hearing
supposed
him
to get
lately.
content out of him.
Yeah.
You know?
Fuck.
Yeah.
Area hermit woman, deep state, quote, poor economy, war, local terrorism, Epstein list not working enough yet to destroy MAGA. Let's try this. Yeah. It's these are rough times for the MAGA faithful. Vilma Thomas, MTG does not need to resign at this point in time. What a shame. Yeah, that was a shocker, man. Nobody saw that one coming. I didn't. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Julie Desnick, M gave Trump his secret kebab recipe. Maybe. Yeah, I like those skewers that you people make. BMK, RFK just shows you how our governments are populated by sickos. They're exactly the types that can be controlled with compromise. Exactly. Like God knows what they have on that guy.
That's right.
Peter Monahan, Gator Pete, Jezzy, they go into politics because that's the only platform that they can spread their insurrection and poison mind frame. I don't listen to them. I hear their words and use my free mind to guide my conscience. Us? You're talking about us? Is that us you're talking about?
I guess so.
Brad League, super sticker.
There we go. Thank you, Brad.
And one more from Gator Pete. Please give to Jezzy Keaton.
Thank you. You want me to give her $20? Is that what you want me
to give her $20? JDE. Always I'm sure she has a PayPal. You could just give it to her. Always happy to spend my time with you both. Smell chain.
Thank you. All right, one more, and then we'll go on.
All right, one more. Yeah, I'm trying to get them down. There are a lot of them built up. Brad Gilbert, 10 minutes to say, don't hate the player, hate the game. Yep. Okay.
All right. Go ahead.
All right. So, Jack Posobiec, one of the prime patriots, P-A-Y, patriots, confronted Mamdani about the white tax that doesn't exist.
Times about on the campaign was shifting the tax burden for property taxes from what he called minority communities to white-based communities and putting more taxes on white people. I also noticed that in your acceptance speech you didn't mention anything about America or Christians or white people in general, and so I didn't know if that was one of the policies that you guys had spoken about.
We focused on affordability. We focused on the cost of living crisis. What I will say is that I am very much interested in property tax reform because what we see right now in New York City is a system that is so inequitable that it can't even stand up in court. And the president and I spoke about the importance of not only building more housing, but also making sure that regulation of housing is something that is manageable to actually get through and not the cause of yet another weight that we see in our
But to be
city.
clear, you're continuing this idea of race-based property taxes.
No, to be very clear,
That's what you said.
no, the use of the term was a description of neighborhoods, not a description of intent.
So you intend to tax the whiter neighborhoods more?
No, we intend to create a fair property tax system because we want a New York City that is not only fair and equitable, but also one that every New Yorker can afford.
Won't someone think of the white people?
Well, I mean, it's such a bad
think of
faith.
the whites.
Like anyone who's not a mouth-breathing moron understands what that means, which is that the richer areas are going to be taxed more. The richer areas happen to be whiter because whiter people skew richer. So that's what that means. It's not an intent to discriminate against white people, tax them more. And like I said, anyone who's not just a complete imbecile understands that. Of course, Jack Posobiec's target audience are complete imbeciles.
Well, that's the thing. This is what he gets paid to do. He gets
Right.
paid to intentionally pretend not to understand what Mamdani is talking about because his moronic followers need that rage bait. They need that grievance because if they don't have that to blame, they might start blaming the kinds of economic iniquities that really Mamdani's policies are addressing. Now, that having been said, we've said this all night. We're not fanboys. We're going to call balls and strikes. I think he never should have used that term. For someone as politically savvy as he is, I'm a little surprised. that he didn't realize that he's given these chuds something to run with. But he did actually frame it that way in an interview. That's where this is coming from. So let's take a look at that.
And on your website, and realize there's a policy proposal that says your plan, and I'm going to quote it for folks, is to shift the tax burden from overtaxed homeowners in the outer boroughs to more expensive homes in richer and whiter neighborhoods. Explain why you are bringing race into.
Now, look, man, he's not wrong on the merits. He is not wrong on the merits. A lot of this stuff is a legacy of redlining, where neighborhoods that are black and brown are paying a higher percentage of their income in property taxes. I think it's ill-advised to frame it that way, but okay.
To your tax proposal.
That is just a description of what we see right now. It's not driven by race. It's more of an assessment of what neighborhoods are being undertaxed versus overtaxed. We've seen time and again that this is a property tax system that is inequitable. It's one that actually Eric Adams ran on, saying that he would change in the first 100 days. He's since sought to defend it and lost at every juncture in court.
And I understand you're saying we're simply describing the types of neighborhoods that would see these increase in taxes. And yet, by invoking race, do you run the risk of potentially alienating key constituents?
I think I'm just naming things as they are. And ultimately, the thing that motivates me in this is to create a system of fairness. It is not to work backwards from a racial assessment of neighborhoods or our city. Rather, it's to ensure that we actually have an equal playing field. And right now, what we see with the property tax system is one that is overtaxing a number of New Yorkers and undertaxing others, and an inability of political will to resolve that.
So no plans to change that language on your website?
The focus here is to actually ensure a fair property tax system, and that the use of that language is just an assessment of the neighborhood.
Okay, so I was really curious. So I went and did my research, and honestly, I was a little surprised, man. He did not change that. I assumed he must have taken that out. He didn't. So this is what she's talking about. And this is the wording that is still in there. Shift the tax burden from overtaxed homeowners in the outer boroughs to more expensive homes in richer and whiter neighborhoods. The property tax system is unbalanced because assessment levels are artificially capped, so homeowners in expensive neighborhoods pay less than their fair share. The mayor can fix this by pushing class assessment percentages down for everyone and adjusting rates up, effectively lowering tax payments for homeowners in neighborhoods like Jamaica and Brownsville, while raising the amount paid in the most expensive Brooklyn brownstones. Now, what's kind of interesting about Jack Posobiec signaling about this, and part of why I think he could have chosen better framing in the end, is, Jack Posobiec's core audience hates those people who live in those Brooklyn brownstones. That's who he's manipulating them into defending. Those are the people you hate. Those are the rich hipster trust fund kids who live in these Brooklyn brownstones that he's going after. I think he probably would have been better advised framing it more as a class thing. I don't think he needed to say that. Then again, I can see the other side of it too. What he's saying there is like, hey, it is what it is. Those are the white neighborhoods. And yeah, man, these are, black and brown neighborhoods mostly. It's those communities of homeowners that are mostly impacted by that. Now, in terms of that reality, which again, Jack Posobiec, patriot that he is, I'm sure he understands this very well. You really could not, because of the legacy of slavery, racism, and Jim Crow in America, you could not do a redistributive policy that affects rich people that would not disproportionately benefit non-whites and impact whites, because that's where the fucking money is.
Right, it's where the money is.
Where the money is. Look at the median net worth difference growth. 1989 to 2022, 300,000, 2022, 20,000 in black household. Of course, if you raise the taxes in that way, it's mostly going to affect white people. Wealth disparities from 2024. Black Americans hold significantly less wealth than white Americans. As of the third quarter of 2024, Black Americans held $5.39 trillion, just 3.4% of the country's total wealth, while white Americans controlled $134.58 trillion, or 84.2%. The gap in median net worth between Black and white families widened to $240,210 in 2022. So, yeah, I think it's probably politically counterproductive to frame it that way. But then again, he said that in June, and he's the mayor. So, maybe that spoke to enough people in a city as diverse as New York, and enough of the whites that supported him said, yeah, he's right. The people, I guess, who were really offended by that language, they voted for Cuomo or they voted for Sliwa.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, it's very obvious that the property, like, you're not going to get a higher tax bill from the government because you're white. Like, they're not going to,
well, of course,
they're not sending white people.
That wouldn't clear the first court challenge. You can't do that.
Well, it's just obviously not going to help. Like, you're not going to send someone a bill because they're, like, the implication of what Posobic's question is that a poor white person is going to be taxed higher than a rich black person, which is of course absurd.
Right.
Like nobody thinks that.
Well, that's for the white genocide people.
That's for the white genocide people. That's for the people who are not your voters, right? And that's Jack Posobic's audience. But those are the only people who would possibly believe that. Anyone who has any kind of open mind at all understands that that's not what you're talking about. What you're talking about is what the chart you put up with, which is that if you tax wealth, yes, you're going to end up taxing white people more than black people because white people have more wealth. It's the easiest thing in the world to understand.
Of course.
Yeah,
of course.
Nothing complicated. And Jack Posobic went on Fox News and talked about how nervous Zoran looked in that exchange. Yeah, not true.
Oh, yeah.
Not true at all. Yeah, he was quivering.
He was sweating bullets.
Yeah, he was sweating. Yeah. All right. Monkey Rotary, keep telling y'all you're racist. This is Monkey Rotary. Keaton, are you saying Americans are a bunch of fat pussies? When did I say that? Oh, because I said the revolution's not coming together? No, actually, I mean, assuming that's what you mean. No, that's not what I mean. What I mean is that there's no organization. There's no organization. The people with the capital, the technology, and the power are the people who are getting ready to crush any kind of revolution that happens, and they'll do so 1 or 2 days in. Won't last 1 or 2 days. Everything's a scam, everything's a lie, everything's hypocrisy, and you know the thing. Thank you, Vianticus Prime. So wait, was RFK's brainworm a tapeworm that got lost? Is that what's going on? Thank you, Vianticus Prime. Appreciate that. Yeah. We're going to get a lot of mileage out of that.
Best audience ever.
Yes, thank you. All right. You want to take some super chats? Or you want to just do okay.
Sliminator, as an enjoyer of this podcast, I am writing a poem to showcase my appreciation for Russell entitled Jewish American Canyon.
Jewish American Canyon.
Yeah,
that's good. I like that.
I reading that. JDE, yes, I know, should have said felching notwithstanding. Now look up smelching and pass it on to RFK Jr. I'm sure he knows more about that stuff than we ever will. David Santucci, I think it's too early to tell how sincere Mamdani is. It could go either way. For now, we need pessimism of the intellect and optimism of the will. You know what? That is an excellent way to put it, man.
No. I mean, again, I would say like sincerity, insincerity. I mean, these are, you're talking about evaluating someone, based on like, look, the bottom line is your takes don't really matter. Like online takes don't really matter. That's really what I have to say. Like, It really doesn't matter what you think of Zoran Mamdani. I find that conversation so boring. Oh, what do I think of him? What's in his head? What's in his heart? Is he playing us? He's a politician. He's going to schmooze. He's going to half truth. He's going to massage. Even when they asked him, well, what was the question about Israel? Will you visit Israel? No. And then he says something about Israel, and he says, I think it has the right to exist. And then they said, as a Jewish state, he says, no, as a state of equal rights. He tried to get away with just saying they have a right to exist.
He did.
Like, he tried to massage it. Like, they're all going to do that. Like, to me, jumping up and down saying, look at him, what a lie. They're all bullshitters. Yeah, he's a bullshitter. He's a slick-talking bullshitter. Like, I don't understand what the point is of iterating that, right? What is the actual real-world use of everybody online saying that? How does that affect what goes on in the world?
I mean, online politics are like a primal scream. You know, it's therapy for a lot of people.
Well, it's also it's a huddle, right, where you can like talk and stuff like. But I'm I'm saying like I just don't see how that translates into like, okay, are you going to get the rent frozen or not? Is the IDF going to be decoupled from the NYPD or not? Which is something that as the executive you have some control over, and you do have the DSA organizing around that. So can they make that happen? If they can make that happen, really doesn't matter to me that much whether Zoran is, quote, sincere or not. I mean,
well, you're getting caught up really in what cable news trained you to do, to analyze politics as being about personality.
As personality, right.
Who cares? Who gives a shit? I'm not dating these people.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, exactly.
Mobile Vulgus. So I guess Shama is just doing hot takes. You know, man, I mean, she has her approach to these things. Obviously, we have a disagreement about this.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think she's doing it for clout. I think she's
Shama
is a friend of mine, and she's a legitimate hero of mine. And she has a lot to speak for. I mean, she has accomplished pound for pound, more than just about any elected socialist leftist in the country. So she has an approach. And, she's very passionate about that. I do disagree that, with her saying that he either shouldn't have taken this meeting or should have rallied against Donald Trump. I think as the executive of a city with 8.5 million people whose lives can be very upended if you agitate, for hostility with this guy right out of the gate, I think, it was wise for him to take the meeting. I do. But I don't think she's like clout farming.
Nah, man, she's not. She doesn't have the kind of politics anyone's going to pay you to have.
Right. Yeah, no, exactly.
It's not about that. It's, I mean, that's her, I've spent enough time talking to Shama. I understand where she's coming from. When we had our dinner, that's up online if you want to see it. We had like a half-hour conversation. Yeah. And I raised that issue with her. Like, hey, man, it's very easy to say these things when you're out of power. What is Mamdani supposed to do? Like, once you're in power, you have certain responsibilities. And her answer was, yeah, but we won in the city council without making those compromises. I mean, my answer to that would be, it's Seattle and it's not mayor of New York City. Like, if you ran the campaign that Shama ran in Seattle, you wouldn't get, the closest you'd get to Gracie Mansion is standing outside the gate to take a picture. You would never win a mayor's race in New York.
Well, I also think there's a difference between an executive position.
That too. You have very different responsibilities to the voters.
Yeah. And
you can take up a cause as a city council, as she did very effectively.
Very successfully, yeah, of course.
And she won. But you have a lot more to consider as the mayor of New York fucking City.
Yeah, it's 8.5 million people. It's 8.5 million people. Those people who are living in public housing, who are too afraid to vote for you because they're afraid Donald Trump's going to kick them out of their house. You have to act in a way that keeps a roof over their head. That's your number one job. Your number one job is, to protect your population. As the executive, that is your number one job.
And this is a very good example of what we've been saying and why I showed that video about a united front. We don't have to agree. We're not going to say, oh, fuck is Shama.
No, it
You
doesn't.
know,
No.
man, like that shit. It's stupid. It's destructive. That's the panopticon I'm talking about. Like we shouldn't all be coming at each other like that. Like there are certain people who are genuinely useless or malevolent, like freaking the Topanga Canyon hippie over there who just showed her fucking plastic surgery laden mug to fucking bitch about the synagogue protest.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean that's you want to go after her, have at it, man. But people who are coming from a sincere place, you know, man, sincerely debate them if you disagree with them.
Right.
I mean, I think that's what I would advocate.
Of course.
Peter Monahan, Gator Pete, I want what we want, and we all want ice cream. Tusker, the current state of the left in the West is not organized, prepared, and disciplined enough for revolutionary action. We would be crushed. Well, there you have it, right from the commie's mouth.
Right from the commie's mouth. Well, what did Chris Smalls say when Russ asked if we should do a general strike? He said we're not ready.
Yep.
Why do you say we're not ready? Is he a pussy for saying we're not ready because he doesn't want a general strike? No, because if you call a general strike prematurely, you know what happens? It gets crushed, and the people who call it starve and get fired, and they get replaced with workers who are not going to cause problems. If you don't have that density and you don't have that solidarity, then an action like that, not only is it futile, it's counterproductive. All you're going to do is get yourselves hurt. That's all you're going to do.
They're just going to whack you.
Right.
Metaphorically speaking, in that case. JDE, you play a clip from Life of Brian, but earlier in the year when I super chatted Romani ite domum, you didn't get the reference. Romanus iun domus. Listen, man, I mean, I'm not encyclopedic on the movie like that. I assume you talk about when they made him do the graffiti all over Rome to show his commitment to the revolution. Yeah, I mean, I'm not that familiar with it. Peter Monahan, why do I have to edit and change my $50 super chat? I mean, did you?
You don't have to. You don't have to. Yeah. We don't. I mean, we don't. I mean, is YouTube giving you a problem with the censoring? I mean,
we don't control that.
No.
William Elek, always black versus white. What the fuck about Jewish, Hispanic, Asian? Well, you know, maybe we'll show Do the Right Thing on a movie night. That was very much about that. You know, it's what comes up. I'd say we cover the Jewish issue a little bit.
Right.
Here and there. Asians. I think back during COVID, we got into some of that when they were trying to, I definitely did a segment about the false hysteria they were drumming up about whites attacking Asians, and it wasn't actually whites, it was actually blacks, and they weren't attacking them because they were Asians. They were attacking them for economic reasons because they tended to be in the same neighborhoods, and Asians had a reputation for carrying cash.
Right.
Zaid Jilani actually wrote an article about that. I think I built that segment on. So yeah, we have covered it. It just doesn't come up in the news a lot.
All right. You want to do Stefanik, and then we'll do the influencers?
Yep. And then we will move on. All right. So last segment on this. Mamdani was really Trump was asked about Stefanik calling Mamdani a jihadist.
Please.
Mr. President, Republican Elise Stefanik has campaigned multiple times by calling Zohran Mamdani a jihadist. Do you think you're standing next to a jihadist right now in the Oval Office?
No, I don't, but she's out there campaigning, and you know, you say things sometimes in a campaign.
Isn't that sort of
She's a very capable person, but you really have to ask her about that. But I don't particularly. I think I met with I met with a man who's a very rational person. I met with a man who wants wants to see New York be great again, and I can say again, because New York was great. You know when
Elise talks a lot of shit. She's a shit talker. She's what we call a shit talker. Elise. No, this guy, he's not a jihadist. We did have him frisked before he came in. We wanted to make sure he didn't have any bombs or anything. But he passed the test. So Laura Loomer here. What is Elise Stefanik going to campaign on now during her New York gubernatorial campaign,
Mm-hmm.
since Mamdani's policies have been signed off as comfy by the GOP. Are you still running for governor, Elise? Dems just need to run clips of the presser today to defeat Elise. Yeah, I don't think she had much of a chance, but okay. So Elise Stefanik responded to this seemingly. We all want NYC to succeed, but we'll have to agree to disagree on this one. If he walks like a jihadist, if he talks like a jihadist, if he campaigns like a jihadist, if he supports jihadists, he's a jihadist. And he's Kathy Hochul's jihadist. Yeah, Hochul, the radical jihadist. Good luck selling that one. And she shares the New York Post cover with Mamdani posing for a picture with this imam who was accused or questioned in 1993. He was never formally charged, right? There was a 1993 bombing at the World Trade Center before.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. I'm not sure
But I don't think he was ever actually charged. Okay. People.
Well, he said he didn't know who he was. Mamdani gave that in. Who knows if that's true? He said, I didn't know who he was when I took a picture with him. Yeah.
Yeah. Stefanik, I don't think has any chance. Her whole profile is built around her fanatical Zionism. I don't think people are in any mood for that. Keaton lives upstate. Upstate, like a lot of states in America that we think of as blue, is basically a red state with a very populous one or two blue cities that swing elections. New York State is very much like that. I think a lot of people don't realize that about New York. New York is very red outside of New York City. Buffalo are like these two blue islands in basically a red state. Then again, I mean, those two cities are going to go overwhelmingly, I would say, for Hochul, particularly given Stefanik's connection to Trump and the fact that she's not just baseline Zionist. That is really the defining characteristic of her whole political identity. Like, she's one of the leading figures in the rabid Zionist conservative movement among politicians. I don't think you can sell that, man. I don't think anybody's going to vote for that. You can see how much the momentum is shifting against Israel, against Zionism. I think that'll even affect people upstate. Now, there are other considerations, obviously. You do have those Cuomo types up there. I don't think it's going to be enough. Like, I don't think she had a chance. But certainly, that doesn't help. Like, that's just like, what the fuck was he? What was he thinking through this whole press conference?
Well, it's amazing. I mean, with that answer, as it pertains to Stefanik, who obviously, don't forget, she brought the resolution to condemn socialism, very conspicuously timing it right as Mamdani is coming to New York. She wanted to create as much tension there because she wants to run against Mamdani. She's running for governor, so she wants to run against Mamdani and tie Hochul to Mamdani.
Right.
That's what she wants to do. And that is what the Republican Party more broadly is going to want to do for the midterms. That's going to be like their version of the caravan. You remember in 2018 when they were going to lose the midterms, they come up with a MacGuffin, to scare everybody. Right. Oh, there's a caravan of migrants coming. Notice after Election Day, no talk of the caravan ever again. Completely disappeared from the headlines after election.
What
I
happened
guess
to
the
the
caravan
caravan?
turned around and went home after everybody voted, right? But yeah, no, it's certain that the Republican Party was going to try and run against Mamdani in the midterms. In other words, hope he fails, hope New York goes to shit, and then tell everybody in America, see, if you vote for the Democrats, you're voting for that, right?
Right.
So not only did Trump screw over Stefanik there, he really kind of he took a lot of air out of a major plank of the Republicans' midterm strategy, which is make a negative example of Mamdani and use that to scare away the normies. Yeah. He just couldn't help it. He was so smitten. There was this one TikToker who said Mamdani must be a witch, right?
Yeah,
he must be a witch because he could just get Donald Trump to fawn over him like that. Yeah.
He did a Jedi mind trick.
Jedi mind trick. That's right.
Sufi mind trick.
That's right. All right, what do we got here? Raven Last says, I have a hard time sending you guys serious Rumble rants because Russ has such an incredible laugh. If I was your neighbor in the city, I'd be trying to make you laugh all of the time. Haha, thank you, Raven Last.
My neighbor loves me. He loves me. My immediate neighbors are African. And I found $100 sitting outside their door, and I gave it back to them. For that, he thinks I'm like the best human that ever lived.
Oh, there you go.
I'm like, dude, who would steal it? I mean, I guess some people would.
I guess some people would. I would. Just kidding. I guess some people might. I would. Just kidding. Of course, I would not steal it. Healing Tarzan says, hey, you guys really brought your A game to Jimmy Dore on Wednesday. Thank you. That's why I give you $5 a month of my government dole money instead of spending it on caviar. Thank you, Healing Tarzan. Appreciate it. EO Shush says, Mamdani is a sellout. He should have thrown a drink in Trump's face and started yelling, you got owned. Thank you, EO Shush. Vienticus Prime, I'm assuming Healing Tarzan's chat is to contrast you to RFK, who apparently brought his anus game. Good one, thank you, Vienticus Prime. Appreciate that. TPS report says, in RFK's defense, I heard Pelosi was ghostwriting most of his poetry for him. Mama Bear knows how to kick out the X-rated kink. Ha ha, good one. Thank you. All right, go ahead, take those.
All right, David Santucci, the pessimism of the intellect quote is Gramsci. I'm not that clever. Splitter. William Elec. Seriously, you don't know none are good, all bad? I didn't get that. Peter Monahan. Wow, she has powerful words. Mamdani is a shill. Just another politician, left, right, same borough. All right, man. Well, I'll take my frozen rent, whoever it's coming from. Mad Matt Chicago. So don't you think that there's a correlation between Mamdani selling Aussie out and his meeting with Trump, or just a coincidence? I wouldn't piss on that Aussie guy if he was on fire. Who did he sell out? Who did he sell out? That would be like replacing Jeffries with Jeffries.
Yeah,
I mean, who gives a shit about that guy?
I also think it's a little apples and oranges. Like I said, he met with Trump for the same reason Kim Jong-un met with Trump, right? People like Kim Jong-un. Some people like Kim Jong-un a lot. He met with Trump to avoid a war, right? Like that's what it was about. That was purely about de-escalating and disarming. That was the goal.
You know, that seems like the kind of thing that if you voted for him and you're a New Yorker and you're not, buried in capitalism is the highest form of imperialism is the highest form of capitalism. If you don't have your head buried in that, you'd probably want him to do that, right?
Yeah, I mean, you don't want the National Guard coming in. You definitely don't want that. Right, you want to hold off the mass ICE raids as long as you can. Now ICE is operating everywhere, but you don't want a Chicago to. And look, that's another possible reason why Trump thought he should get along with other. Trump is a New Yorker. Trump understands New York. I think Trump knows. You know what? ICE deployments in New York, the way we did it in Chicago, is going to get really ugly. I'd like to maybe not have to do that.
I have been saying that the whole time, man. I've been saying, yo, you pull that shit in New York, that's going to go bad.
Right, well, this is what
really
I mean. Like
fast,
if you understand that, there's a possibility Trump understands that and probably figures, hey, you know what? If I could work something out where I don't have to do that, maybe I should. And once again, as the executive of a city of 8.5 million people, you have a responsibility to exploit that and try and get him to call off whatever you can call. Like, that's it. Like, it's just like that is your responsibility as an executive. Now, our responsibilities as commentators and activists is different. But if you're evaluating this guy and what his responsibilities are, he has to do it. He has to. Like, it's not even a question. All right. All right, we got one more. I know it's a late night. This isn't a long one, folks. But this one...
Yeah, we did a bunch of segments because we're off Thursday.
That's right. We're off Thursday. So we're doing a couple of longer shows because we are off Thursday for Thanksgiving. That's right. All right. Here we go. Let's take a look. Okay. All right, folks. So this was all over X last night. The official Department of Homeland Security account on X was revealed to have been created in Israel. I saw a screenshot of this and assumed it was a joke, but apparently it's real and confirmed by Grok. So I, hypocrite, screen recorded so that we see step by step, okay, how you come to find where these accounts are located, because this was a new feature that Twitter brought online yesterday. So here it is, Homeland Security. You click on the profile. You click where when it was created, and look, it says right there, July 2008, Israel, account based in Israel. Very strange. What? Account based in Israel, yeah. That's what it says. We're recording the screen. There you have it. It goes home. Profile. He's showing you. He didn't pull anything funny. Just going back, doing it again. Yep, still. Account created in Israel. What is that about? So, Simon Dixon says, look at that. Homeland Security Department, July 2008 in Israel. Account based in Tel Aviv. So, Nikita Beer says, this is fake news. Location was not available on any gray check account at any point. Furthermore, the DHS has only shown IPs from the United States since account creation. Nikita Beer, head of product at X. So he is a higher up at X. So iHypocrite says, well, why was the feature shut off immediately after launch? In other words, he's saying that feature was turned off immediately after launch, possibly because accounts were being revealed like this. So Nikita Beer says it was shut off because the account creation country was incorrect on a very small subset of old accounts due to IP ranges changing over time. And just by coincidence, the Department of Homeland Security happened to be one of those accounts with the incorrect address, and that incorrect location just happened to be, Israel. Right?
That's weird.
That's weird. Stop spreading.
What are the odds?
Yeah, what are the odds? What are the odds? Stop spreading misinformation. You're just as bad as those engaging in foreign interference. He must be one of the Jack Dorsey leftovers there with the misinformation and the foreign interference. Sputnik says, so why is Grok saying it happened? Grok says, yes, the DHS X account briefly displayed as based in Israel during a new feature rollout, possibly due to a glitch or IP data. It's now corrected to Washington, D.C. DHS is headquartered in the U.S., but collaborates with Israel on cybersecurity. The occupied claim is interpretive. Well, yes, it is. It certainly is interpretive.
There's the same Grok that recently said you'd rather have Elon Musk than Peyton Manning on your team.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But this is my screenshot. This is not from a tweet. This feature is actually still live. You could actually still see where the gray checkmark accounts are based. So this guy saying location was not available on any gray check account at any point. It's available on the gray check accounts now. I just tried it. Lots of people tried it. So what are you talking about? It was never that was never a feature. It's a feature right now. I just clicked on it this morning. So Homeland Security chimes in. I can't believe we have to say this, but this account has only ever been run and operated from the. I can't believe we have to say that we're not owned by Israel. You know, it should be so obvious.
That's so crazy.
It should be obvious that we are not at all subservient to the Israeli government. I don't even know why we have to say it. Screenshots are easy to forge. Videos are easy to manipulate. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So they're claiming it was a deep fake. It's not a deep fake. That's my screenshot. Do it yourself right now. Go and click where it says join July 2008. You can see it right now. So this Nikita Beer is obviously bullshitting when he said that the feature was never turned on for gray check accounts. If it were never turned on for gray check accounts, this never would have been an issue to begin with. If it's not a feature for gray check accounts, why am I able to access it right now? Is this screenshot real, Grok? Yeah, people are screenshotting like, hey, is this fake? Is that what you're saying? Is your line that this was a forgery? Well, Grok says the screenshot is real. It captured X's brief about this account feature rollout on November 22nd, 2025, showing DHS Gov created in Tel Aviv, Israel, via a 2008 IP linked to Israeli ISP partner communications. The feature was paused due to inaccuracies. Official profile now lists Washington, D.C. likely an IP data artifact, not current operations. Pizza Pepe says, so it was a glitch? Not exactly a glitch. X paused the feature over data inaccuracies, as reported in tech outlets like TechCrunch and user discussions on Reddit threads. The Tel Aviv info ties to a 2008 IP from Israeli ISP Partner Communications, possibly historical. DHS officially lists Washington, D.C. So Freedom on Fire says, can you list any other U.S. or Israeli companies or agencies that may also be linked to that IP address? Grok says the IP belongs to Partner Communications, an Israeli telecom firm, formerly Orange Israel. That's Donald Trump's code name. Haha. It's historically tied to the 2008 creation of DHS Gov's X account. Okay, so there you go. It's historically tied to the creation of DHS Gov's X account. That's what they said. So that explains it. That's why it says it was based in Israel. The Israeli telecom firm is tied to the creation of that Twitter handle. Public WHOIS and search data don't reveal any other specific U.S. or Israeli agencies or companies linked to this exact IP, though Partner has global partnerships with U.S. tech firms like Cisco. If more details emerge, I'll update. Okay, so this is on the Department of Homeland Security's own website, DHS to increase security cooperation with Israel through new arrangements. This was from March 3rd, 2022. This week, Department of Homeland Security Under Secretary for Policy Robert Silvers visited Jerusalem and Tel Aviv, Israel, to sign security agreements with the government of Israel, engage with key Israeli government and private sector partners on a range of joint security issues, and deliver keynote remarks on DHS cybersecurity priorities at the CyberTech Global Conference. DHS is proud to continue to strengthen the bilateral relationship between the United States and Israel through new security arrangements, said DHS Undersecretary for Policy Robert Silvers. The arrangements signed this week between our department and the government of Israel underscore that Israel is a critical partner in advancing a broad range of internal technology and security priorities. Undersecretary Silvers and Israel National Cyber Directorate Director General Gabby Portnoy issued a joint statement of intent that reflects a shared commitment between the two agencies to work together to combat ransomware, bolster cooperative research and development, strengthen critical infrastructure cybersecurity, increase resilience to cyber threats, and pursue expert exchanges in the area of emerging technology. Building on the long-standing relationship between DHS and INCD, Undersecretary Silvers and Director Portnoy signed an arrangement with Israel's Ministry of Public Security for INCD to join the Israel-U.S. Binational Industrial Research and Development Homeland Security Program, blah, 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 blah. The point is, there's known collaboration between our government and the Israeli government, our intelligence agencies and their intelligence agencies. It's not far-fetched at all to think that DHS's Twitter account could be linked to some Israeli IP. That's not even really a conspiracy theory. It's not even really that shocking. What is kind of shocking is that they would go to such great lengths to clearly lie and gaslight people into saying that, no, that was a forgery or a deepfake. But that is what they did. But whether you believe that's a forgery or a deepfake here, I'm burying the lead a little bit, because the big story here is that most of Twitter is fake. So remember there was this whole thing, Twitter is real life. And then, first we thought Twitter wasn't real life. Then when the election happened, we said, okay, maybe Twitter is real life. But now you could see, no, actually, this is crazy. So this location feature was used to examine the origins, if you will, of so many of these, engagement farm political handles. MAGA Nation. Well, MAGA Nation is apparently somewhere in Eastern Europe, non-EU. Dark MAGA, based in Thailand. MAGA Scope, based in Nigeria. The MAGA Beacon, South Asia. Alex Cole, big liberal, posted this meme. MAGA accounts, India. Ha, ha, ha. Except Alex Cole is actually from Canada. Liberal influencer Alex Cole is taking heat for saying he voted for Harris when actually he's in Canada. He has since subtly changed his bio. Can you spot the changes? So, yeah, it says Alex Cole's account is based in Canada, and you notice he did change his bio. So Amiri King says the best part of the location feature has been this clown. Dude is in full damage control. He put a Canada flag in his bio, changed his profile pic, and turned off all the replies to his posts. Turned out his name isn't even Alex Cole. So this is Alex Cole's bio: software engineer and pilot, progressive follow, American flag, Canadian flag, location Los Angeles, California. And now, today, American flag in Canadian flag. Right now he discloses he's an American in Canada, and the Los Angeles location is taken off of his profile. So he deleted this tweet, apparently, where he went to explain it. Born in Florida, raised in the Caribbean, lived with my sister in Georgia, then moved to LA, now Canada, and I use my middle names on Twitter. MAGAs think they unlock some secret code. Anything else? As long as I keep getting new followers, I'm going to milk this. Well, milk this, you are. And it is kind of difficult to see.
Okay, but hang on. To be fair, he could have voted for Kamala. He's American.
He could have.
He's not Canadian.
He's not. Well, he's living in. So when was he living there? Because he says moved
Well,
to LA.
you could still send an absentee ballot even if he was living there.
That's true. That's true. He could have. He could have mailed it in. He could have, even if he was living there. If he's registered to vote in California, I guess he probably could have. But look, it is hard to see which of these are real and which are fake, because it's the easiest thing in the world to fake a screenshot, as he did here. I knew it. Donald Trump account based in Epstein Island, connected via Epstein Island App Store. And you have all kinds of these things. I found this one the most intriguing. 1 million freaking followers. So what you kind of do is you look for the tweets that don't have the community notes. The Ivanka Trump news account. The Zionists are getting in on this too. We are chilling. The IDF dancing whore videos. Well, apparently the IDF babes account is based in Nigeria. Just more crap. Canada hates Trump tweets out, "Good morning to all the MAGA patriots working overtime in Nigeria, India, Kenya, Pakistan, Russia, and Bangladesh. Nothing says America first like tweeting from 6 different continents." Here they are. There you go. That's what it's all about.
Oh, shit. That's real?
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
I mean, they're joking when they say that that's the MAGA bot farm. We don't know that that's but that's an example of how that shit works, right? That's an example.
Okay, so hang on. So from the computer, it sends it out to a bunch of different phones.
Yeah, you just command.
And then the phone sends it out under the account.
That's how it works.
That's
how it works. So I clap back. I said, "This is Gunther Eagleman." That's Gunther Eagleman. When you read a tweet by Gunther Eagleman, that's where it comes from. But Gunther Eagleman, of course, jumped on this. Breaking panic has erupted amongst the left as their foreign bot farms got exposed.
Wow.
That's right.
Wow.
That's right. And as you can see now, the community notes are starting. Now people are starting to report this stuff. So here's America First with a picture of Caroline Levitt, right? Clearly designed to give the impression that this is a Caroline Levitt account. They don't come out and say they're Caroline Levitt, but clearly America First with a picture of her in the profile, posting a picture of her and her baby, which I covered up.
Was that before she got her nose changed?
Yeah, maybe. So America First tweets out, "Thumbs up if you're a Trumper who loves God." Well, readers added context. This user is from Bangladesh pretending to be an American. And yes, that is America First, based in Bangladesh. So the moral of the story here, and this kind of piggybacks nicely off of our philosophical discussion of the night about how takes don't matter. This is why takes don't matter much, because a lot of Twitter is fake. A lot of it is not real. A lot of it is manufactured. I mean, this is basically the Matrix, right? I mean, you're basically being lured into a fake reality where your opinions and your takes really matter a whole hell of a lot. And it's exciting to think they do, because don't think if they're doing this shit on the creator end, they're also doing this shit on the user end. So when Cat Turd trashes Marjorie Taylor Greene and gets 6,000 likes, you think those are 6,000 organic likes?
Right.
No, those are farmed out just the way the creators are farmed out.
Right.
right? In a lot of cases. Now, the real high-profile creators like Cat Turd is a real guy, Gunther Eagleman is a real guy. We think that they hire people to create content for them. So, but that's different from like these cartoon accounts where it's like, you know, an AI rendering of Trump with the glowy eyes. That is just a team of faceless people just creating content, you know, as essentially a bot farming operation. But yeah, so much of the engagement is fake engagement. It's not just the creation itself; it's the engagement with the created content. And you know, Marjorie Taylor Greene talked about this. Talked about, you know, paid influencers on X. Yeah, it creates a completely false world. And that is something to keep in mind. And this is why I say, you know, it's very, very important to keep that perspective about you. Because one of the things that this feature revealed when they turned on is a lot of people are going to look into, hey, you know what? Where is all this shit coming from? Is it organic? And not a good marketing move from X's standpoint, because this is really a lesson in why you shouldn't spend too much time on X.
I'm a little surprised they did this.
Yeah.
For that reason. Like, I don't see what the upside is for X to turn this feature on.
Why?
Because, I mean, didn't they know that they're running a panopticon full of fake bot accounts? Like, did they not know that? It's pretty obvious if you just spend 10 minutes on there. Like, there are people who are really sitting around just saying, like this if you love God and Trump. Like, it's so artificial. Like, it's so increasingly clearly artificial. Look, once the money people saw that this is where the next generation is going to get its information, it didn't take them long to pour their money into controlling it the same way they control corporate media. They figured out, the aesthetic here is to pretend this is real and everyone is having their 15 minutes here. Okay, so we'll just create people who appeal to a certain type, and you know, we'll just have them fucking, you know, put up fake tweets all day.
Yeah.
And then some of this shit is AI, man. Some of it is just literally the engagement. Some of it is AI.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I am surprised they did this, because it's one thing, like, people already had the option to reveal their location if they wanted to.
Right.
So like, why would you force that upon everybody so that people could see that, you know, real MAGA voice 2245 is actually, you know, in, you know, Thailand? Like, it delegitimizes a lot of what the app is supposed to be
I'm gonna see
about.
if I can meet up with real MAGA boys.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. Yes, you can find. That's what you should do. You should go to a MAGA influencer bot farm in Thailand and interview them. It's so funny.
No, I fucking hate Donald Trump.
Yeah,
they pay me.
Maybe they're true believers. He owned the Mamdani. You see, he owned him.
You see, he make him stand.
He make him stand. He make him stand. He uncomfortable. He clearly uncomfortable. Yeah,
he sweat bullet.
Yeah, exactly. I am the Owl says, of course, Mamdani wants to tax white people to death. What part of gay race communism did Jack Posobiec and Gunther Eagleman not explain to you? Further proof that Keaton and Russell are CIA ops. Ha ha, good one. Monkey Rotary says, I missed the let's burn the country to the ground, Keaton. Maybe when your kids leave the house, you can come back, my friend. No, thank you for that. No, look, honestly, in all seriousness, when I saw, this is why that event was very formative for me. When I saw the government's response to the assassination of Charlie Kirk, it made me question that. It honestly did. Because I used to be much more of an accelerationist type. But when you saw how ready they were to actually get a civil war going, when you saw Stephen Miller and J.D. Vance look into a camera and basically say there's no unity with these people, there's no coexisting with these people, they want us, that is terrifying. What that tells you is that, no, they're the ones who actually really want to burn the country down. And they're ready to do it. And so if you play that game with them, you're walking into their trap, because it's their trap, because they have the capital, they have the power, and they have the technology.
Yeah.
And so I will
Pretty
admit to
soon
you,
they'll have the robots.
exactly. And so I will fully admit to you, I've said this multiple times. I think it's an important point, and thank you for raising it. I've said this multiple times. When I saw that, I was like, holy shit. It was a very much like the end of The Matrix 2, where Neo meets the architect. Or I don't know if he meets the architect. There's that scene with the architect at the end of The Matrix 2.
Yeah,
and you
those
find
movies
out
were so fucking bad. Yeah, I mean, I can't think of another case where they made 4 of the movies and only one of them was good.
Well, the second one, yeah, but the interesting point of the end of that second
the
movie
Chuck
is
Norris
that
missing in action
you
series.
thought you were watching the revolution for the first 2 movies, and no, what
Right.
you find out is no, actually, the architect saw the revolution coming and is quite ready for it. Right?
Yep.
And it was just, that was a similar kind of moment. So yeah, I will
Keaton-
I will admit that
Keaton,
fully.
they out-crazied Keaton.
Yeah, they out-crazed it. Yeah, they outsmarted me and they out-crazed me. I'll admit
Yeah.
that fully, 100%. I have no shame about
Pigs did them on every front.
that. Yeah, yeah. Just think, these accounts were created before VPNs were a thing, but not before felching was a thing. Just for a point of comparison. Thank you, Vientigas Prime. Yes, I'm going to ride that ass as much as I can, and by ass I mean donkey. It's unlike RFK, though, who's going to something else with that ass, and by ass I mean ass. Thank you, Vientigas Prime. You guys love that felching segment. I can't wait until we go back to the
Told you that
communism.
was a winner.
Yeah, being don't believe anything from the internet except about RFK and butt stuff. Thank you, Vientigas. Appreciate that. All right, let's take our super chats, and then we are going to the Q&A. Q&A is tonight. I know it's a late night. Jake, if you want, as long as you get us to the Q&A, you can sign off early, man. We're not going to keep you up like a lunatic.
William Elek. I was talking to the other chatters. LOL. William Elek. Not directing anything at y'all. You guys are great. Yeah, we didn't take anything offensive.
No. I don't care about being
Peter Monahan, you messed off my $50 super chats. Wow. Listen,
no, we
dude.
didn't. We
I
read
don't I don't know what is going on with your super chats. This was started with the Jimmy show and carrying over here. No one is conspiring against your chats, man.
No, we read them.
Yeah,
we read them.
I don't
We
know
read
what
every
you're talking
single one of
about,
them.
man.
We read every one of them, and we read it on Jimmy too. The thing about the Jimmy show is we don't have the ability to display them on the Jimmy show.
Right.
So you got to
Yeah.
really listen carefully because we can't put them on
Right.
the screen. Here
Yeah.
we can put them on the screen.
In
and
fact,
we did.
I
We did.
remember ringing the bell.
Yeah, we
the
did
bell.
put them on the screen, and we rang the bell.
So,
yeah.
yeah.
So you're good.
JDE, Russell, just kidding. Romans go home. Yeah. That's what it was. George Gunnell. Has anyone seen Olivia Nuzzi and Camilla Parker Bowles in the same room? I got that. Yeah, I actually didn't I put that on the show? I actually did that clip when I was at the forum in Rome. I did the is there something funny when I say the name Bigus? Digus? Gator Pete, why do they control so fucking much? We are not and sold by APAC. Man, we're waiting for the giant meteor.
Yes.
Andy Gardner, it's a late show tonight, but don't worry. I'm up with a thermos of coffee watching with my hundreds of phones attached. Keeping you guys popular. Thank you, Andy. Your check is in the mail.
Thank you.
Brad Gilbert, Musk, we are the new news, but same as the old news. Ain't that right? It's actually worse than the old news.
Yeah.
Regeneration News, good to finally see how based everyone actually is. Based in Israel, Bangladesh, UAE, etc. That's a good one.
Good one. My real name says, sometimes I hope you skip over my super chats. Thank you, my real name. Appreciate that. All right, folks, that is our show tonight. Thank you very much for being here. We know that was an epic one. We're putting in some extra time because we are off on Thursday, but we are back here on Tuesday, 1 p.m. with special guest Michael Rechtenwald from the newly formed Anti-Zionist Political Action Committee, AZAPAC. Really looking forward to hosting him. That's going to be a great show. And if you want to stick around for the Q&A, there will be a 5-minute intermission, after which we will take your calls. If you're not hanging out for the Q&A, thanks everybody very much for joining us tonight. Thanks to the YouTubers and the Rumblers. Thanks to Jake in the booth. Thanks to the mods for keeping the peace in the chat. If you're sticking around for the after party, we'll see you in 5 minutes. Otherwise, we'll see you Tuesday, 1 p.m. Until then, thanks for being up with us tonight. Be safe and be well.
Courage!
Please clap.